All right. Good morning, everybody. Our chair is out today, so my name is John Lmft, and I'm going to be chairing the meeting today. And today is May 4th. It is 9:02 a.m. May 4th, 2021, 9:02 a.m. Call this meeting to order. We'll begin. We'll call and roll. Chair Canseco is out. I'm John Lmft, present. Mr. Brumley.
I am here.
Dr. Fletcher.
Here.
Mr. Francis.
Pleasantly here.
Hopefully we stay that way today. Glad to see you. Mr. Halbauer.
Here.
Mr. Morris.
Here.
Ms. Smith.
Here.
Dr. Taylor.
Present.
All right, and we do have a quorum. We can begin with a review and approval of minutes from the last meeting. Does anybody have any comments or corrections?
I make a motion to accept the minutes as presented.
It has been moved by Mr. Francis,
I'll second.
second by Ms. Smith. All in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? And that carries unanimously. Thank you very much. Moving on. We're going to discuss today regarding whether to transition from written meetings to audio, written meeting minutes to audio or video recordings to satisfy the open meeting and record keeping requirements. This is something we started actually over at, well, I'm sure it started somewhere else, but we did it over at TSBEP. It creates a lot of additional work to transcribe all of this into minutes when, frankly, if anybody wants to have a good record of what we did because of these meetings, it makes it pretty easy to keep the record. So does anybody have any thoughts or pros, cons? Also, I know Daryl, you might have some thoughts on this too, if you wanted to add.
I'll add up. We have launched our YouTube channel, which all the meeting videos, the recordings are being placed on that. If we have any kind of committee meetings that are recorded, we're placing those there. Each of the boards and the council has, I can't do sub channels. I don't think YouTube will allow us to do sub channels within BHEX channel. We kind of modeled it after how TDLR is doing it, but Brenda does create a playlist for each board and the council. So that if you just want to see council videos, you would go to the playlist, select the council, and then it'll list all the videos in order there. So that's how we're organizing the YouTube channel. This stuff is already being uploaded. It would just save us. I know we have switched to the condensed minutes, but I'm still asking for y'all to switch to just recordings only, video recordings. Look, I know it's the condensed minutes. Your people are gonna say, well, that's just not much, Daryl. You're just whining. Every brick, every minute, or every little task that gets assigned to us, that's just more time in the day that we have to dedicate to that. And when you aggregate all the tasks that we have throughout the day, it adds up to quite a bit. So yeah, I may be only saving, Brenda 10 or 15 minutes during the day, but that stuff aggregates. And when you get to this level, you have to start thinking about that. You have to start thinking in terms of the bricks in the wall. That you have to look at the whole wall, not just each individual brick. So that's my 2 cents there.
Any other thoughts from the board?
Has anyone received any feedback about what they like about just the recording, including you, Daryl?
I have actually one. I ended up speaking at a meeting, not one of our meetings. It was a different governmental meeting recently that was recorded, and I have no idea on this earth of how to get my hands on the minutes of that meeting. I can find the video and I can see what happened, and it actually was a lot more valuable for me as a member of the public trying to get access to figure out what happened at that meeting and to have a record of what happened at that meeting. I found it far more valuable, and I appreciated that this other other entity kept all of those recordings in an easily findable way for anybody to see. So that was that's one recent experience that I've had with a whole separate thing than this.
I agree with John. Anything on YouTube is very easy to find. And that is for me, that's a big pro for doing this, is that just for the general public, if they want to find something, it's easier for them to find it once it's on the YouTube channel than it is the written summary that's hidden somewhere on the webpage.
And the written summary doesn't at all do justice to everything that's said or, done during a meeting anyways. It just simply has an official record.
Now, I will say, I mean, just out of all candor, some of the associations I've visited with some people, and they're like, well, we prefer the written because it's just it's just something we can glance at and figure out what happened. So I get that. And just out of all candor, that is some feedback I have received. But
Daryl,
yes,
Christine and I received emails quite a bit asking for the meeting minutes or whatever, and we point them to the YouTube channel. And Christina said everybody has been like, wow, thank you, and very appreciative of it. They said it's so much easier.
and I will say, if you want to see how it would look if you transition to video, a video recording in lieu of written minutes, look at the Psych Board's webpage, because we've already started it there. The last meeting that Psych Board did, now there are no written minutes. It's just a video recording, and it takes you directly to YouTube. Which the good thing about YouTube is I don't have to worry about server space. I'm not having to store the videos, although we actually do maintain triplicate copies of the video and audio, just out of an abundance of caution. If YouTube ever went squirrely on us and did something, got funny with us for whatever reason, we have triplicate backup of all of that. So,
Daryl, you actually answered what my next question was going to be. Where's the official copy? Because YouTube probably shouldn't be the official copy.
yeah, we keep it.
Okay,
Brenda
good.
keeps a copy. Our IT guy keeps a copy, and then I keep a copy on my laptop as well.
Very good. So do we need an action on this?
John, I just have one more thing.
Yeah.
I just went to YouTube and found it very easily, because my interest would be how easy it is for the public to find, how easy it is to access. Unfortunately, our July 2020 meeting only has 2 views.
Oh, no.
But I see all your smiling faces, and it was just really simple. I went in as if I was just a member of the public and Googled it and went to YouTube, and they're all right there, and it's easy to subscribe for people that are interested. So I think that that's a plus, and I think it hopefully will get the opportunity for members of the public and interested parties that show up, as people have done today, to give public comments, to be able to go back and have the information from meetings. And hopefully people who have any concerns about what we're discussing or want to expose people to what we're discussing, we'll let them know where it is in the video when they point them there. And that's just a really efficient way for people to know exactly what was said and what was done in case there's any misunderstanding. So I like that a lot.
Hey, Daryl, quick question. Just looking forward into if and when we meet in person again, how are we going to record? It won't be like this though, right? We won't have a camera on everyone's face. It'll just be like a group shot.
Correct. It would just be, well, what I'm using now is actually the camera we bought for that purpose. It's kind of a fisheye camera. And then I've got a microphone that's basically set in the middle of the desk to record all of you. And it's also a speaker in case we do a hybrid style meeting where some of you are here and some of you are not.
Okay.
Daryl, question, please. Right now, if somebody requests a copy of the minutes and they don't have a computer, how do they get the minutes? Do we just mail it to them, or how does that work?
We could mail it to them. I don't know that anybody has ever, the vast majority of requests we get are via email. So Brenda, have we gotten a written request for any kind of?
Mr. Francis, in the 19.5 years I've been doing, I've never had a written, wanted it in paper form or, a disc or a flash drive or whatever.
Good.
I will say this
to
piggyback on what Mr. Francis just said. If somebody, because YouTube won't let you download a video. If somebody does want an actual copy of the video, though, we do that as well. We can put it on our OneCloud or OneDrive, whatever Microsoft's cloud system is. We put it on there, and then we send out a link to it so that they can download that video, because they're pretty large.
Good.
You can request if you just want the audio, you can get that as well.
I have a quick question. What are, only because I just don't know the answer to this, and I'm sure you guys will. What are the availability that YouTube has if you are hearing impaired or sight impaired? So how will that work with the public and with our licensees that might have those issues?
The hearing impaired, YouTube uses they have a live transcript function, just like what I've got running right now on this meeting.
Okay.
Yeah, it's AI powered. I'll be honest with you, we don't really have the budget to pay for somebody to sit here and transcribe, a transcriptionist to do this closed captioning.
Mhm.
We don't have that capability. So I'm using the AI feature of Zoom, and then of course YouTube uses that. Now, as far as visual impairment, I don't know about YouTube. I know obviously the audio would be there.
Okay.
But I don't know what you would do about, I'm not sure how to answer you on the visual impairment issue.
Thank you. I was just curious for members of the public that might have those issues that they're working with. So thank you. That answers my question.
So Daryl, we need an action on this, correct? If we're going to actually transition away from written minutes.
Yes, yeah, you would need to vote on it. And what I would ask is that it take effect immediately, so that I don't have to do written minutes for this meeting. I can go ahead and use the recording we do here today as the record of the meeting.
Good deal. I would entertain a motion to transition from written meetings to audio video to be posted on YouTube.
I'll be happy to make that motion and have it make a motion for it to be effective immediately.
All right, it's been moved by Dr. Fletcher.
Second.
I'm sorry, I didn't see who seconded.
Dr. Taylor.
Dr. Taylor, there we go. It's been moved by Dr. Fletcher, seconded by Dr. Taylor. All in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Any opposed by say no? And that passes unanimously. Thank you very much.
Our gift to you, Brenda.
Moving on, Mr. Spinks, you want to tell us on the status of agency operations and efficiency?
Sure. You guys, I'm not going to beat a dead horse on the quarterly performance measures. You can read those. What I really want to jump to, we ought to go through it just to say we've covered it here so that everybody can see. And it's been since January since we had a meeting, so I'm a little rusty on my share screen ability here. These are the quarterly performance measures for those of you, for the public, and those of you who aren't used to seeing it. These are what we have to submit every quarter to the LBB and to the governor's office, showing what the agency or how the agency is performing. Keep in mind the targets that are set in this document are based off the psychology board's old performance measures. Therefore, they are not correlated to really anything under BHEC. So you'll see, for example, the target is 600 on new licenses issued. I mean, y'all have obviously blown way past that in the first quarter. We're now up to almost 3,800. Our target is 7,000 licenses. I feel like we're going to hit that target. We'll issue 7,000 new licenses this year. So I'm not worried about that. License renewals, we're a little behind on licensure renewals. I'm not sure why that is. We'll kind of see how that pans out. It may just be that we were off in estimating. You can see down here, we estimated that we would renew 40,000 licenses. And we may have been off in that estimation. So there may not be anything wrong. We may not actually be missing the target. It's kind of hard to punish yourself for not renewing a set number of licenses, because it's not in your control whether somebody chooses to renew a license or not. It's just us estimating how many we think are going to be renewed. This is really useful in determining kind of your revenue estimate. It kind of gives you some idea of how much money you think you're going to bring in. Complaints resolved. We'll talk about this one a little bit here in a moment. Right now, as the end of fiscal Q2, we were at 224 complaints resolved. You're going to see here in a minute that we have blown way past that number too. We're way ahead on that. So I think you're going to see, I just want the public to not panic or get worried about the numbers that they're seeing here, because I'm going to show you a document in just a minute that is really going to, I hope it's going to kind of impress everybody. Average complaint resolution time, it's still high. That's to be expected. We're chewing through a lot of old cases. So this number is going to be high for a little while until we can get rid of all the old cases on the docket. So don't anybody panic about that. That's the end of that document. Were there any questions on that one? I suspect, just to kind of give everybody, and this is included in the board meeting packet, or the packet materials. These are the calculations that Jenny and I used to come up with those performance measures. Are there any questions on this? Probably the most useful, maybe the most useful or the most telling are probably these right here that tell everybody kind of what the average processing time is for each of the license types that the council is issuing. Now, again, this was at the end of the second quarter, so one of the documents we'll see a little bit later on is going to have some updated information from April. Any questions about any of this? By the way, our numbers are improving, just in case anybody's wondering.
Daryl, I think that is really solid information. The piece that would be interesting to me is not so much the numbers are good, the number of days to do it, the number of applications are good, is how many people it took. Because that's what we're really looking for, is what type of efficiency are we gaining and how are we getting better? What are the mechanisms that we're putting in place to bring these down, right? So this is good information. What would make it great information is we knew how many people that 562 days, does that really represent just, 365 days in a year? I don't know how to calculate those days to people, because 2,080 work hours in a year, that represents almost a year and a half there. Is that really a person and a half? I don't know how that piece is calculated. But if we could see that or know that, then that allows us to trend it over this year to next year or from last year, so we can see that we're improving. And I think that's what the legislature really wants to see. How are we making gains in the improvement of how we're processing things?
And here, Mr. Francis, is why I included this chart in the meeting materials for everyone, because I want everyone to see exactly how many staff, who it is we have working on each particular license type, so that you can see. On social work, we've got 4 people in there right now with 1 vacant position. For example, marriage and family therapy. This has changed. This chart has actually been updated since I sent this to y'all. We've actually hired a new Lmft who is going to be working part-time for MFTs and part-time in renewals to help out with the MFT numbers. Because if you notice, the MFT numbers are a little higher. And I'll go over it in just a minute. But anyway, this will tell everybody, this is the manpower that we have dedicated to each discipline within the licensing division. We also have it the same thing for enforcement. We tell you, here's the number of investigators, admin support, that kind of thing. Let's see what we don't have on here. I don't think, oh, we do have admin here. And this is the executive level branch, the administrative division within the agency. It kind of tells you like what I do, what Patrick does, the legal staff, all that. So I put this information out there so that everybody can see. Here's who is working on the problems that we have. Hopefully that'll give everybody a little bit more understanding of the manpower shortages we face. This is why when LPCs came over, for example, there was 1 person, Susie. So that was it. Susie was running that whole thing herself. We've added Lisa and Diana. And then we're going to add 1 more. And hopefully we'll add to that if the legislature gives us our 4 FTEs that
Can
we
you
asked for.
jump back to the previous one, please?
Sure. Me. Okay.
So then let's take the LPA initial, that first one. And I don't remember the exact number that I saw there. Let's say that it's 3 individuals.
Mhm.
Is it a fair calculation then to say that the 37.47 or the 15 applications there, that roughly works out to 5 applications per individual? If there are 3 people who are working on that or 3 people who are listed there, can I just do that simple math on it?
Are you talking about up here, George?
Yes, sir.
Okay, this is the LPA. This would be in psychology. LPC is right here. This is where LPC is.
I'm just using it as an example. Forgive me
Sure.
for that mistake, but just the number of individuals. Can I just take the number of applications divided by the number of individuals to figure out how many applications a person can do?
No, well, maybe you could, but let me clarify. We actually have specific individuals assigned to particular license types. For example, Susie is going to handle LPCA initials, the associate initial licensure. And you're going to have, I think Lisa is handling LPC upgrades, and Diana may be assisting with initials as well. I can't remember the exact breakdown we have on that, but we don't take all the applications when they come in and then, group them together and then farm them out. Individuals handle a particular type of license within that discipline or within that profession. So it's probably not quite fair to do it to break it down on a per person basis like that. And some individuals will work also across discipline lines. We've had one individual I know for sure in the social work program, for example, also work on LPC stuff. So we're very fluid in how we're approaching this because we have to be. We've got to figure out if we're falling short in one area, we'll pluck from this area and add to it. So it's hard to do that type of calculation that you're talking about. Maybe you could do it from a 30,000 foot view. You could back up and do it from there. But if you're doing it within each discipline, that'll probably skew your math. I don't know if that'd give you a good result.
So what I'm trying to do here is try to understand a comparative, right? What we're seeing is a snapshot in time. This is just for what we have right now. This is, you take all in days, all in applications, here's a number. But what we're not seeing is the trending. Is this number going up? Is 37.47 10% better than last time we looked at this? Is it 50% better? What we're not seeing, and the story we're not able to tell, is we're doing better because of efficiencies that we've put in place or because the team has figured things out. And so is it possible to compare those two numbers?
Does this answer your question here, this spreadsheet that I've put up?
So is this the same number that we just saw on the chart, but over the months?
Yes, this is broken down over months. This tells you, this column here each month lists the average number of days it takes to process an application. And this lists the number of applications handled during that month.
Okay, so if we look at the first one that we just saw, the LPC at 37.47, where is that number? Just so that we can just compare apples to apples.
Well, that's over the quarter.
Okay.
And this is over a month. This is on a monthly basis.
So if we look at LPC initial, line 3, in April, we were able to process 51 applications in 80.24 days. And then in March, we processed 53 applications over 139.25 days. So what we don't have here, so yes, this is almost getting us there, is we don't have the average. Because if we had an average, then we can compare April to March. Because in this format, we can't compare the two because we have a different number of applications for each of the months that are shown. An average allows us to compare each of the months.
An average of what? What are you wanting to average?
On the previous chart that you showed us, we had the average number of days per application that was processed.
Mhm.
Here, we have the number of days it took, and we have the number of applications that we processed, but we don't have the average applications per day. So we can't compare April to March. We don't know. I mean, just by looking at the numbers, I can tell that we did worse in March. It took a lot more days for 53 apps than it did in April, right? That one's pretty easy to see without doing the calculation. And we can see in February, the numbers almost halved of what it was in April in terms of the number of applications, but yet it was more days. So I know in February, it was even worse. So just by very quickly looking at this, I can see that our trending looks like it was getting better for LPC initial. But instead of having to do that, it would just be easier if we saw the average. And that's the story that we could tell the people, right? We can show them that the organization is doing better. They can see it. Does that make sense?
Sort of. I'm having a little trouble following you, to be honest, but it's.
Okay, can you go back to the other chart real quickly, please? And I won't belabor the point. I'll take 2 more seconds on this. So in this chart, that number, that equal signs, right? That 37.47, that's the average number of days it took per application. So it's just days divided by application. So you get 37.47 over the quarter. Okay, go back to the other one. That 37.47, the average is not shown here. So I can't see how April compares to the quarter or how April compares to March. What we have are just raw numbers here, but we're not showing the average across each of those periods. So there's no way to do comparisons. It's not the same information on the 2 charts that you're showing.
Okay.
Let's take it offline. Let's set up some time, please. And we'll take it offline. So I don't take up the time here.
Okay. Let's see, where were we at here? So we went over the kind of the stats on how we come up with quarterly performance measures. The next item on the agenda is going to be the year-to-date budget reports. Any questions on any of these documents? I'll put them both up there, but they're just I'm just keeping it, just kind of gives you a reflection of what where the agency is at in its budget expenditures and revenue. So
I had a quick question.
Oh, go ahead.
I have a quick question. On the Texas Online, it looks like that we've spent more. We only have 36% of that budget left. Is that because we had higher startup costs? The other portions look like that we are operating pretty close to where we need to be. But this one looks like that we have spent a lot more for Texas Online. I don't know. I don't think I know what that column is. What is that? What does column F represent?
Texas Online it's basically a subscription fee that we have to pay to DIR. Yeah, I think it has to do, Jenny, are you online? I think it has to do with the internet and the DIR infrastructure that DIR maintains. For example, when people pay the renewal fee that, they process their credit card, it goes through texas.gov. I think that what that is the fees we have to pay in order to support that type of infrastructure.
So are we going to be in
Yeah.
trouble before the end of the year since we only have 36% of our budget
No.
for this item? Okay.
No,
In your regular.
No.
Okay. That was my question on that. Thank you.
I'm online if you need.
Jenny,
Yes, so the Texas Online, that's a collected fee, so we collect it and then we expend it. So we're usually like a month behind.
Okay.
So we will continue to collect it and then expend it. It's a pass through.
Okay. All right. Thank you. I just didn't know. Thank you.
I think what I noticed there is if I look at, Daryl, you had it up there, the percent of the year the percent of the budget remaining is greater than the percent of the fiscal year remaining, which it's not off by much. But the point is that we're not over budget.
Correct.
And we're slightly under.
yeah, what I used to always tell the psychology board, these are the two big numbers you need to watch
Yeah.
right here.
Yeah.
You
And
don't
if there's
really,
flip-flopped, you worry a little bit more.
yeah, and that's cause to start asking questions.
Yeah.
About why you've got more year left than you do budget. So.
Yep.
Let's see. Okay, the next item is probably going to be the one that I know everybody has watched the most intensely, and that is the update on the kind of the licensing functions. Now we've already gone over a lot of that. Let me tell everybody kind of where we're at on the backlog issue. When I say backlog, I'm referring to all the applications that were pending whenever HHSC transferred under BHEC. All of those applications have been reviewed. Everybody, even if they had been reviewed over at HHSC and notified of a deficiency, they have all been re-reviewed, and we have re-notified everybody of any existing deficiency. There are no unreviewed applications left from HHSC. In other words, there is no backlog anymore. We have tackled it. Everybody knows what they're missing. And of course, since September 1st of last year going forward, BHEC has been handling that. Those individuals have been notified if there's any kind of a deficiency. But everybody who filed an application with HHSC, they know if they have a deficiency now. And we're basically waiting on them to cure that deficiency before the application goes forward. So that was a huge accomplishment that staff carried out. So, I gotta give credit where credit is due on the licensing staff on that. They busted their tails and got that done.
On that, Mr. Spinks, I know that some of the legislature was interested in our backlog. Have we been in communication with them and let them know where we are with this?
Yes. Yeah. Well, I've notified, see, where was I at? I think it was Senate Finance Committee is one place where I'd notified everybody, but yeah, that they've been made aware that the backlog, and I know Gloria mentioned it the other day in her nomination, her testimony before the nominations committee. So they have been made aware of that. I'll tell you where it's paying off, and that is the significant drop in the number of legislative inquiries we don't get very many anymore.
Right,
Whereas when BHEC,
constituents are chirping at their legislators, as they should, if they're having problems with an agency, and we hear about it.
Yes. Yeah, I get the phone call rather quickly.
Yeah.
And those have dropped significantly. Mr. Spear has handled all of those almost from day one, and he keeps kind of a tedious track of that, and that has dropped a lot. I mean, a lot. I may get 1-2 a week now, and what we're seeing now is it's no longer, I applied back in 2019 and I haven't heard anything. Now it's a lot of what I'm seeing now is kind of fingerprint related stuff of, I didn't know I had to, they're saying I didn't know I had to go get my fingerprints. I don't know what's holding it up, or it's, renewal related. It's not related to the old backlog type issues anymore. So
Right.
We've made significant progress there. Let's see.
Mr. Spinks, are we able to go back to the phones then?
Well, that's one thing I'm going to talk to you about in just a second, but let me,
Okay.
don't lose my train of thought here. Okay, this document that I've got up here shows you what what we call pre-HEC applications, what everybody else would have called the backlog. This shows you the number of pre-HEC applications that are still existing. As of April the 18th, these are the numbers right here, the applications that are still, I guess, pending with the agency. And as of April the 18th, these are the total number of applications that we have approved. When I say pending, I mean still pending. They haven't been approved. They're sitting there waiting on something for some kind of deficiency cure, or some action from the applicant. So you can see down here, this is the total number of applications that we still have pending. But again, all of these, we have gone through all of them and notified everybody of what the deficiency is. We are simply waiting on the applicants to respond on many of these. Now that again, that's the total. That includes this number here, which is applications we've already approved and sent on their way. So
Daryl,
yeah.
When a deficiency is issued, what is the agency's procedure on how long we leave the application open for them to respond to?
Well, psychology gives them 90 days to get everything complete, and everybody else gives them a year, which is one of the things I want this standardization committee to look at, because in my view, a year is way too long.
Yeah.
We're letting stuff linger out there for far, far too long.
So in psychology, after 90 days, what happens? Is the application just forfeit? Is it just
yes, it goes void. So you got 90 days to get us everything. And then once you get everything, submit everything into the psychology board, then your application is approved, it's considered complete. And then if you're approved to sit for the exam, then you have like 2 years to complete the exam. So you don't have 90 days to get everything in and complete your exam. I don't want people thinking that. But right now, the way y'all's works, for example, the LPC board, they have a year to submit everything for their application. Then once they get it, well, we don't have to approve y'all to sit for the exam, so that'd be a bad example. But like George and Janine's board, once they have a year to submit everything, and then once they get that submitted, then I think they have a year to sit for and pass the exam. And that, we wouldn't be talking about reducing the year allowed to take the exam. It's just how long it takes to submit everything to the agency to get your application approved for the exam, or whatever the case may be.
Yeah, I can't imagine there's an item that someone would get a deficiency for that would take more than 90 days to reconcile. It's either going to be 90 days or it's going to be missing coursework, which would then take, a semester or so to do.
Yeah. That's just one of those things that I want to talk about in that committee to make sure there aren't any kind of hidden, hidden landmines or something that we haven't thought of. But anyway, that's something we need to talk through and figure out we were going to try to tackle that when we first started BHEC, but to be honest with you, it got to be so complicated. We didn't have the time to tackle it back then, but it's now the chickens are kind of coming home to roost now. And we need to look at that and figure out if we can do something, because it really doesn't make sense to be doing things two different ways with these boards. If our goal is to make this thing standardized and as efficient as possible in that arena, we need to do it. But we need to really sit down and think it through, because who knows, there may be some kind of a training program issue that I'm not thinking of that might impact the decision there. But anyway, we need to take a hard look at it. So that chart, and I think that's included in the public's material as well. This will give you a good idea of how much progress we've made on the what we call pre-HEC apps. Let's see the next thing. I'm not going to go over all those stats that we just went over and discussing with George. One thing I will tell you all that I have instructed staff to do, and we're seeing a lot of now, is I'm learning where the hiccups and the problems are in each individual board's rules. Certain boards have certain rules that are very problematic in the licensing process, and I'm now getting a good look at those because we've been doing this for a long time now, or for a while now, and I've got a pretty good idea now of where the problem areas are. So what I have asked staff to do is to start identifying those particular rules, and then once we've got it identified and hopefully some kind of a solution, that to bring back, we're going to go back to the individual boards and go, look, this is a problem area that your rules are causing, and we need you to take a look at it, because if you don't, you know, this is the consequences that you're just going to have to live with if you want to keep the rule like it is. But there are just some areas that we're running into that we're going to need to take a look at now. Candidly, some of these may be resolved with the standardization committee that we're going to talk about later on, but I suspect that project will be a pretty lengthy project, the standardization committee. I don't think that's going to be a quick solution to anything, because of, I guess, the input and the buy-in that it's going to require. But any questions on the licensing functions or anything like that we've gone over?
Carol, do we need to take an action on your recommendation on the one standardization piece to narrow down from 1 year to 3 months? Is that something that this board does to send to the advisory board, or how do we go about communicating that in an official capacity so that we can move forward with it?
You do it. That is totally within the council's wheelhouse. The member boards don't have any say in that. That is completely a council controlled function. Now, what I would not recommend is that we do that right now. Number one, it's not on the agenda, but two, I really want to, that's something that I really want that standardization committee to look at, because I just want to make sure that there's not some problem monster hiding in the closet that I'm not aware of, and I don't want to propose the rule or adopt it, Lord help us, and then find out that we didn't think it through all the way. So I want somebody to try to poke holes in it, is all.
So, Mr. Chair, would it be appropriate to take a motion to send that to the standardization committee to bring back to our next meeting?
Were we going to tackle the standardization committee later?
Yes.
Is that right, Mr. Spinks?
Yeah, we actually haven't even set it up yet. It's later on the agenda.
Yeah, we need to have some discussion, I think, about the makeup of that and get that actually confirmed before we get ahead of ourselves. Confirm that actually is going to be a committee, because right now there is no committee to send it to officially.
So then maybe let me revise that then and say, should we send it back to the appropriate board to take action to send up that proposed rule change then?
No, it wouldn't go to a member board, because they don't have jurisdiction over that. That's a council, that's exclusive, that rests exclusively with the council, the decision of whether or not to do 90 days or 1 year.
But don't they have to write up the rules for it to send it to us for our approval? We write the rules ourselves on that particular one?
You do. It's not a scope of practice or standard of care issue. It's an administrative function.
Right.
And that's exclusively within your wheelhouse as the council.
Okay, so then what action do we need to take to make that happen, to move that forward? It sounds like it's an easy enough one to do. It sounds like you've gone through the process to identify that it's unique amongst one board and not all the boards. It sounds like it would move the process of applications along. So it sounds like a good idea. So what do we need to do to make it happen?
I think
I think it's a good idea, but I've been wrong before. And I guess I'm just a little hesitant to just jump into it without giving folks a chance on this committee that I'm hoping y'all are going to set up to kind of run me through the ringer and go, okay, well, did you think about this? That type of thing.
Daryl, if I'm understanding it correctly, we'd like to analyze and then evaluate several potential changes at one time.
Correct.
Okay. So it's just kind of an efficiency question.
Yes.
Okay.
Also, I would add, I have a huge question of why more than one board had already approved a year. There is some reason why that made sense that as somebody on the psychology board, I'm not considering. And I think that it's important for us to have the opportunity in the committee that will be formed to address that and have that input from members of those boards or people who know that, so that we don't make a quick decision without considering something really important. So while I, for efficiency's sake, want to see that year go down to 90 days for everybody, I do think that there's something that led for it to be a year in the first place that needs to be given the opportunity to be expressed.
I'm in agreement, and thank you, Dr. Fletcher, for bringing that up. I think our next step is to wait, and when we get to that agenda item, to even set up this committee before we're giving marching orders to it, if I'm getting that right, correct? We need to set it up first, vote to set that up first before we give the committee marching orders.
Yeah, we marshal the army before we send the marching orders.
Okay.
Yes, exactly.
But I like where you're going with it, George, in expediency sake. So I appreciate you always keeping your foot to the pedal.
Here, here.
And I agree with you, Dr. Fletcher. That was my first thought. I thought it would go back to the member board for their recommendation and their review before it comes up to us, before we just vote on what that recommendation is. So that's the part that I was confused about. But I'm very much in agreement. Thank you for setting me straight.
So John and Daryl, I'd spoken with Daryl earlier. I have to leave the meeting, so I need to be asked to be excused. I think we still maintain a quorum even in my absence. Is that correct?
Yes, sir.
All right. I will be leaving the meeting now. Thank you all.
Thanks, Chair.
You asked a minute ago, Mr. Spinks, if there's any other questions about licensing. I just want to ask, for the benefit of those that are observing our meeting today, there's been a lot of chatter. I like to expose myself to the chatter of other licensees and Facebook groups, as well as newsletters. And there seems to be some misunderstandings and a gap in terms of how people know the status of their application. So the fact that we know that that backlog has been tackled and wrestled to the ground, at this point in time, my understanding is anyone who has been up for renewal or their initial license, they can go on the BHAC website and see the status, and that's how they do it, rather than passively waiting to get something in the mail or have somebody send them something to tell them. That they should not be passive waiting. They should just go on the website for BHAC, and that in real time can tell them the status of their application. Am I correct?
Correct. Yeah, the database is live. It's real time 24/7, and it updates the minute you click submit and your payment is received, your license is renewed online, and you can see it immediately. You just go to that online license verification.
So sitting waiting to hear from a staff member of BHAC would be the wrong approach to take. Just go on the BHAC website. And I would just ask that it would be appreciated that those people who are learning that today could spread the word in those Facebook groups as well as in their newsletters, which some of them already are. But I would just want to make sure I say how much I appreciate that people send that information out in those forums for the benefit of the licensee, because there is a lot of misunderstanding, because there's a change in what we're doing. And some people aren't aware of that and they're just waiting. And yet they may be able to see right today at this moment, the status of their application.
I'll add one thing to that also, Dr. Fletcher. It's critically important that licensees, when y'all are, it's critically important that you maintain, that you update your mailing address in the system. You have got to make sure that stays up to date, because that's how we notify you when your renewal goes out. We send out your renewal postcard reminder. That postcard reminder has the link to where you can download the fingerprint criminal history instructions on it. I can't tell you how many people that I've dealt with that say, well, I've paid my money, I've done, I've got all my CE hours, why isn't my license renewed? And come to find out they haven't done their criminal, their fingerprint criminal history background check. And they're like, well, I never got notice of it. And I'm like, you have got to make sure that the address you have in our system is up to date and current. And it's that, here's another one, make sure it's an address at which you can receive mail. Don't put an address in there where you cannot receive mail. That doesn't do the agency any good. That doesn't do you any good. There's no way we can notify or contact you. Now, we have gone above and beyond in that we also send out, Jenny pulls a report for me, and if we have your email address, I'm emailing these people in addition to sending out a postcard, and sometimes I'm emailing you twice. But we don't have to do that by law. We're doing that because we're trying to help everybody out. But I can't stress enough, I need you to make sure your address is up to date, folks. It's the law. You have to do it. You've got to keep your address. I'm not asking you. It's actually the law. You have to do it. So please do that. Help us. And then that will also cut down on the angst and frustration that you feel if if you don't receive notification that you were supposed to get your fingerprints, because we're sending it, it's going out, but we get a lot of those back from people that haven't updated their address. And I mean, this sounds cold, but that's on you. If it comes back, that's on you, the licensee. So just make sure that's up to date. Let's see. Of course, we've talked about the fact that I've got staff identifying problem areas. Once we kind of have a comprehensive report there, it's not going to be a formal report, but kind of a comprehensive list of the problem areas. I'll be visiting with the individual boards on that. That is probably an area that some of those items may need to go to the Standardization Committee, but my guess is most of these rules that we're identifying are within the exclusive wheelhouse of the member board. And so it really wouldn't it's probably not an appropriate thing for the Standardization Committee, but if it is, we can kick it over to that committee and they can look at it. But we'll deal with that once we've got those problem areas identified. The next thing on the agenda is the enforcement functions. Now, this one, I know the backlog on complaints was a huge issue with Sunset. And I sent you you've got the quarterly status report that Alfonso puts together for us, but I'm going to pull up the mid third quarter because it also contains the same information as the second quarter status report. I'm going to be doing a little bit of bragging today on staff.
Let's hear it.
And if you don't like it, you can tune out.
Please do, Daryl. They deserve it. They're working hard.
Okay, we had over 1,300 complaints come over from HHSC. We're now down to 972. Now that's accounting for all the complaints that keep coming in, because while we've been shoveling them out, the faucet's still going. LPCs, you're now down to 477 pending, social work 317. Social work hasn't moved as much as LPC because we have been devoting a lot of manpower to the LPC side. They had the most significant backlog. MFT, psychology, y'all are down below 100. That may be the lowest I've ever seen psychology. I don't know that I've ever seen it that low before. I'll tell you one thing we are doing right now. We're now going to start pivoting from, we're going to pivot 2 attorneys from the LPC and we're going to start applying them on the social work side, because I think Mary and Rayanne have their arms around this monster right now and they've got a pretty good hold on it. So I think we're going to assign John Bridges and Brian Clark to help out Andrew Hurt, who is the attorney that's working on the social work side. We'll see if we can't put a dent in those social work complaints now. This is good progress, ladies and gentlemen. These numbers right here, you had an 08, it's gone. We're chewing these numbers down pretty good. A lot of this stuff is either going to SOA or it's awaiting an ISC. Here's just the ugly truth of these cases right here. These are just the big, ugly, hairy cases that aren't easy to get rid of. They're going to be the nasty ones that nobody's going to want to agree to. Nobody's going to want to agree to give up their license. So it's going to be a fight. That's all there is to it. And you're going to have to try probably most of these that you see left here. Patrick's folks are gearing up and taking stuff over to SOA. Patrick, you want to kind of fill them in here on what's going on? Give an update.
Yeah, everyone's identified those much older cases because obviously those are priorities to get rid of that have been around for the longest. And they're all identified, those sorts of cases, and they're either filing or preparing to file them at SOA. They've made multiple attempts to resolve cases. And if they can't resolve them, which that's why those numbers are there, then they're going to move forward with them. And unfortunately, as Daryl said, it takes time. You got to file them at SOA, get a hearing date, have a full hearing. Those unfortunately don't go away as fast, but they're working on them and they're doing a lot of hard work, I think, to move these cases along. So I hope to see those numbers all disappear, but they're unfortunately not going to go down as fast as some of the others where they can get a settlement agreements, or we can look at them and investigate and realize we don't have evidence to prove anything and dismiss them. So that's why some of the other ones will move faster, but those ones are not going to move not quite as fast.
Let me let me tell you all the reason I'm showing you this mid-status quarter report, or the mid-status report, instead of just leaving it with the quarter report. Had I should have shown you the quarter report, y'all would have been like, you're not getting anything done. You know, it's not really improving that fast. Whereas we knew at the staff level, there was that March was going to kind of be the waterfall, where everything we've been doing, all the changes that we've implemented under BHEC, all that stuff is finally starting. We're starting to see the fruits of our labor now. And so I wanted to go ahead and show you this I had Alfonso do a mid-status report to give you some idea what you're doing is working. I want you to keep in mind, these numbers are mid-quarter too. This is just as of April, 26th or 28th. We're not even through this quarter yet where these numbers are coming from. So this is going to get this is only going to improve from the numbers you see here. So I need everybody to understand that things are definitely getting better. Things are working. The investigation division, they're conducting the investigations. You've got 5 really good lawyers working for you. I'm just going to tell you right now, I'm impressed with all of them. They're doing a good job for you. And they're pumping out there's a lot of legal work product coming out of those 5 lawyers. So I'm very pleased with the progress we're making here. But don't anybody worry. Just because we're pleased with it doesn't mean we're going to get lackadaisical and just sit on our laurels. That's not what I'm saying.
Imagine that for a second. You guys are doing good.
You know, one of the things I told Alfonso, I think it was back after the January meeting, I told him, I said, whatever you do, I want that number below 1,000 at the May meeting. And they made it happen. They hit the 972 despite the cases still coming in. So very pleased with that. Any questions on that?
I'm just going to add, I hope confetti fell from the sky and that a large bell, somebody rang it on the wall when that happened, because that is something that, as a member of the board for psychology and one of the original members of BHEC, that we all talked about what could happen, but there were so many obstacles in the way and so many other things that took people offline of this task that that is just, I think, a huge accomplishment. I know the public is frustrated that we don't have a live person answering the phone and have it for some time. And I know that while that is frustrating and we all would have liked a live person on the line, that's one less person working on things that need to be done for the benefit and safety of the public, as well as for people to be able to have their licenses, their applications and their renewals be taken care of. So some things were somewhat sacrificed in order for this to happen. I know that staff worked really hard under a lot of criticism from people who weren't understanding the transition. And as all of us on this committee know, that on this council know, that any transition is difficult and has bumps, but I don't know that we would have anticipated a pandemic or a flood. So, so again, I just want to remark on how much we all celebrate this and how much we all understand what it took to get here. And that was no easy task, and we appreciate all the hard work that was done.
Let me add one thing, Dr. Fletcher. I know the progress we're making on the licensing side and the enforcement side has now allowed us, at least internally within the staff, to start discussing how do we tackle the phone issue. Before now, that really wasn't a conversation we could have because we've been running red line, just trying to, try to tackle the backlog and get the ground underneath our feet, so to speak, and get business taken care of. We're now able to start having the discussion of, okay, what do we do about the gripes that you hear about? I can't get anybody on the phone now. I will say, in our defense, in the past couple of days, I don't know what happened. Something happened over at DIR, but our phones have just gone to crap, just to put it and use the vernacular. Something happened and the phones weren't going through, and it was just, Brenda, was it even going to voice? It wasn't going to our recording. It was just ringing and ringing, and then.
Yes, it was just ringing.
Yeah. That wasn't us ignoring y'all. That was something, I don't know what happened, but the system went down. DIR did something or something changed over there in their system, and we didn't even know that until I got an email from somebody like on a Friday afternoon saying, hey, I've tried to call and it won't go through. I called it, and several of us called it, and we finally figured out, oh, something's wrong, bad wrong. We've got that fixed, but we had a technical problem there for a while now. We're now, like I said, now that we're kind of getting some breathing room, we're trying to put our heads together and figure out what do we do? How do we make it so that people can get a live person? Now, I'll just tell y'all, one of the things, you saw that staffing chart that I provided y'all, and you can pull it up later on, members of the public, if you want to look at it. I've got 2 receptionist positions. I'll tell you right now, one of those, the receptionist that's in your materials, we have actually hired her as a licensing and permit specialist. So I'm going to have 2 vacancies in the receptionist position. Up until this point, we really had just 1 receptionist working. 1 receptionist can't tackle everybody. They cannot handle the volume of incoming calls that we get. That's why we try to push everybody to email. But I need everybody, I need the public to keep in, just keep it in mind, the resources that we have to work with. We will still have somebody serving as the receptionist. We're not just going to shut the phones down. I don't want anybody worried about that. But don't call with questions of what's the status of my application. Do not call us and ask us, did you get this document? Don't do that. You're causing part of the problem whenever you do that. If you have to ask those questions, and do it by email, but just be judicious in your attempts at contacting agency staff, because we're still trying to focus and put all our efforts on actually processing your application rather than respond to you and say, yes, we got your transcript. If we don't have it, you will get a deficiency notice from us saying we don't have it. If you've uploaded it in the system, you can tell that we received it. So just be judicious in your contacts right now until we can get this figured out about how best to address the demand for a live person to answer the phone. It may very well be that we have to wait until we get the additional FTEs before we can have a solid solution to that problem. But we're working on it. I'm just telling y'all that right now. We are working on it. So that's really all I have to add to that.
And Director Spinks, I just wanted to also point out, probably for mostly the public's sake, that many of the questions they have, they're answered on the website if they'll just take the time to walk them through. And we're doing a good job in recognizing, hey, we're getting a whole bunch of questions that are under this issue, and then that gets updated to the website too for a question and answer. So there's a huge amount of information is there, and it's different because the website has not been quite as easy to navigate for any of our boards, I don't think, in the past. And I think now we have a good question and answer section. So I just encourage members of the public to, before you start calling in panic, really read through your questions from the website, because as we get more, we update it continually.
Yeah. Look at those FAQs. There's FAQs on each of the member boards webpage. You get to the member boards in the upper right-hand corner of BHEX. You just click on the whatever the member board you're looking for. They will have an FAQ. There's also, Mr. Spear has put together a very comprehensive set of how-tos. If you're trying to figure out, how do I apply for the LPC associate license, or how do I apply for the Lmft exam eligibility, there are very detailed how-tos on BHEX website. Just look for the menu item that says how to, and then go in there. We have tried to make it as easy as possible, but we need you to look. We need you to look at that website, and then if you can't figure it out after looking at that, then shoot us an email. Or give us a call. But I want to tell everybody, there's a certain limitation with the phone system that I think probably everybody ought to know. We can only hold 15 callers in our queue at a time. So when you call and you're on hold waiting, you're probably within that 15 caller queue. And remember, we have one person answering the phone. So that's a major bottleneck right there. If you call and you can't get in, that means that queue is full. It's not because well, I would say it's not because there's a problem with the phone system, but I'd be a liar over this past week because there was. But there shouldn't, if the phone system's working properly, it's not because we're ignoring you, it's because that queue is full. So it's just, it kind of help everybody understand where we're coming from. If you can't get through, there are limitations built into the system. Enforcement, back on the enforcement, Mr. Francis, I don't know if I answered your question or addressed the issue that's on agenda item 5D little I, or if you wanted to go into that anymore.
I had a couple questions, please, actually. But first and foremost, I want to thank you and your team for providing the data and the transparency in it. I thought the information was really solid. So thank you very much for doing that. I know that it probably wasn't an easy report to pull, but I think it's very telling in many ways, some of the pieces that's in it. One of the things that we talked about was the number of days that were resulting in it, and how many of the older cases were actually impacting those number of days, that tail that we talked about. And if we look at some of them, first I have a couple questions, please. And what I'm looking at are the complaints resolved by license type 123120 report. And I can only assume that 123120 report means that this data only goes to 1231 of last year. It's not updated to the current time frame. Is that an accurate statement?
Yes, sir. Correct.
Okay. So the first couple of things that I want to bring in, let me pull it over to my big screen to make it a little bit easier here.
George, the one thing I would say, don't share that screen.
I won't.
Okay.
I won't. So recognizing that, I actually was going to use the complaint number to reference anything, if that's okay.
Yes.
Okay. So if I use that, if I reference the number, for example, let's look at complaint number 1061090051. And so the question I have, please, Mr. Spinks, in that particular one is that the completion status is investigation completed. It has a last activity, and in the notes, it has the action that was taken. And so the question I would ask is, why is this one still on the report? Is it just, it hasn't been purged yet, or?
George, I'm having trouble finding it. What was the number again?
It's the second, if it helps by the line item number, it's line item number 3 on the Excel spreadsheet of the complaints pending by license type 123120. And in the packet, it's 5DI2, complaints pending by license type 123120. And in the Excel spreadsheet, it's line number 3, 1061090051.
Mr. Francis, I think what you're asking is, what does investigation completed mean? And essentially what that means is that investigators drafted a report, and then it's going to then be funneled to the legal division to then review that report and determine whether or not there is probable cause or there is possibly a violation, to send out a notice of violation. So investigation complete does not necessarily mean that the entire investigation is complete. It's purely enforcement has looked at it, and they've made their determination to either dismiss or proceed with further investigation of the complaint.
Correct. And I'm actually looking in column P under the notes. It looks like the possible action decided for that one has been determined. Mm-hmm. And so what I'm trying to figure out is, if there's an action that's been determined, why would this not have been closed and pulled off of the report? Because it's just pulling down our days.
Is that going to be, Patrick, is that going to be the ISC recommendation?
Is that, so you're looking at line item 3 on that report? Is that what line 3, if I'm correct?
1, 2, 3, right. So it's 1061090051. And it references chapter 611.
It's 113 in my spreadsheet, Patrick.
Okay. I'm sorry. Yeah, I was not finding it.
Oh, I apologize. Did I sort mine? I probably sorted mine. When
You
I
may have, yeah, you may have sorted yours differently.
I was charting it and I was running some stats on it, so I totally forgot. Apologies.
Oh, so I think this particular case is one that's the recommendation and it's going to SOA. And so that's what ultimately, because of what the particular determination is, they're looking to do that, but that has not been completed. It's still active. And so it still needs to be litigated because it's, or settled. And I don't believe that it's been settled.
Okay, so the notes don't necessarily reference whether it's going to SOA or not.
No, those are notes that maybe somebody entered on the file that they made a recommendation on.
Okay, so that would explain why the last activity date then is, well, I don't know. In this particular case that I'm referencing, the last activity date is September 3rd, 2019.
Right, and that case came over from HHSC and had been open since, as you'll see, the after the first 4 numbers, it's the year, so it's from 09, and so they hadn't necessarily entered an activity because it hasn't been resolved, so there's not necessarily a major activity to enter into the database. But it is actually one that I've spoken with the attorney, and he's actively preparing to either file if he hasn't filed already at SOA, but he's worked to try to resolve it. And it's again one of those where if they can't resolve it informally, it has to go to the next stage, which is litigating it.
So there are quite a few of them. When I looked at all the complaints that were in here, there are roughly 200 between 2008 and 2017 that are really just dragging our numbers down and pulling our numbers down. These roughly 200, there are quite a few of them that haven't seen activity since 2019. So the question would be, what can we do to either update them or get them off the books? I mean, we've got some 2012, some 2008s. If a person doesn't respond to us, we've requested a response and they haven't responded since 2012. Is there not a legal way in 9 years to close that case out or to move it to a different disposition so it's not counting against the report?
Well, the only options we have is to dismiss the case if we're not going to pursue it, or pursue it. And if they don't agree, we would proceed with filing the case documented at SOA. And if they just don't show up, we'll default them and we'll bring them back to you for a final order against them. But we'd have to follow the Administrative Procedures Act in adjudicating that particular complaint if we're going to impose discipline on them. And that's exactly what they're doing. They're taking those cases that have been open since 09, re-reviewing them, making sure that they're sound cases, that they're provable violations, that they have evidence that they can prove that violation. And if they're not going to agree to that, to a sanction that's going to be imposed, then they're taking it to the next level of actually filing it at SOA. And if they proving up the case, if they show up, and if they fail to show up, we'll get a default order against them and impose discipline without their consent. So it's actively being done is the short answer to your question. And they're currently going through all those.
Okay, so I guess I would not necessarily agree that it's actively being done if no action's been taken since 2012. I mean, that's 9 years. That's not.
Right. Well, the one thing I would say is there is work being done on the file. It just hasn't been entered into the database to say that the file's been reviewed. We typically put like major ticket items, and so a lot of these things will come over from whatever HHSC staff previously had entered into it. So that date was from whatever HHSC had entered into it. But since it's all we've done is we've assigned it to the attorney, and the attorney is reviewing it and gathering evidence, but that wasn't entered into the database to reflect the work that was done on the file. So I would say, yes, there has been work done on that particular file, and if not most of these, so that we can move them forward. It just may not show up on that database printout, because all of that comes from entries into the database.
Is it realistic to think, though, that we're going to be able to go back and do files this old, especially for those that, in my notes here, that we're waiting for someone to give us a new number or a new address. If we don't have a new phone number or a new address for them, what's the likelihood we'll be able to continue to pursue the case?
Well, under the rules, they're required to give us an updated address and keep it current. And so we are only required to serve them on that address they have on file with us. So if they don't answer, that's where we default them and we move forward with the case that way. But you do raise a good point. How difficult is it to prove a case from 2009? It doesn't make it easy. You're absolutely right. That's one of the reasons why it's taking staff time, is because they have to go back and locate witnesses and evidence that's been sitting there since 2009 so that they can then prove the case. So we would love to get that thing off the books, but we want to make sure once we docket it at SOA, it's ready to go so that we can prove that particular case.
Yeah, and I'd rather see us run it to ground than, even if it's old and struggle with it, than just simply give up on it because it's old and it would be difficult.
But realistically, John, we're not going to be able to run it to ground because we don't have the staff. That's why it's been sitting there since 2012. If we wanted to run it to ground, we would either have the people to be able to do it, or we would have taken action or done something. But when you look at the notes on these, they have been around for a long time. We're not going to run all these to ground. It's just not realistic.
And
So
some
I'm
of
thinking that those that have priority ones, we probably should let go. And I recognize that priorities 2s and 3s important. We can't let stuff like that go. But we need to focus the limited resources we have on the bigger ticket items that we have. So why are we kidding ourselves and just having these things out there? Why not say this is the action that we're going to take against them? Or, I mean, we're hurting ourselves and we're not going to do anything about it.
See, I respectfully disagree. I think that just because something's old or just because it would be difficult does whoever's case that is a huge disservice. And you know what Mr. Hyde's talking about, they are working on it. It is going to be challenging, and there may be some that we don't pursue because of the time frame. But they may hurt our numbers in the process. But I hear them working through it, and I think for everybody who has one of those cases, it's important that we give it that attention. And not all, and these are not BHEC cases. This is stuff that we're cleaning up from a long time ago.
Understand, but it's
and
our
all of those
responsibility.
deserve to be heard.
Yeah, and personally, I've been working very diligently on the LPC side with a lot of our cases with several attorneys, often closing out older cases 2 to 4 week. And we are actively working on many of those, and they will get resolved. Some are easier to handle than others, but we are working on them as quickly as we can.
And I don't disagree anything with what you're saying, John. I think they do deserve to be heard. But I think we need to be transparent with our customers, and we need to be honest with them that realistically, there's some things that we're not going to get to. And as I hear Mr. Hyde talk about, we're taking actions on these. I'm looking at the dates on these that were sent over. If it hasn't been touched since 2012, and there's not just one of them, there's several of them, right? Then it becomes problematic, right? Because we're holding out false hope and we're setting expectations in people that we're going to do something about this when in 9 years we haven't been able to. And I think it's better to be honest with people than it is to just keep that hope sitting out there saying that we're going to do something when realistically we cannot, even if we wanted to.
Well, you know, one thing I would add is kind of everybody keep in mind that when you look back at that mid status quarter report that I just gave y'all, when you look down at those list of old cases, it goes back to 2009, you're going to see there aren't many left pending in those old dates. It's because staff have cleared out a lot of them. We've either worked through them. And one of the things I told Patrick and his staff is, look, if you run into one of those cases where you can't find a witness, you need to try to reach out using the most recent contact information we have. And if you can't find them, then, you know, that's it. We'll look at dismissing the case, but we at least need to take that step, try to locate them if you can. If you hit a brick wall, then we're just going to dismiss it, because what I'm not going to do is go over there and get us sanctioned for filing a case over at SOA when we have no evidence to back it up. Then we get stuck paying the attorney's fees on that. So we're not doing that. I don't want y'all to think that that's what the lawyers are doing. But anyway, we're kind of running the traps. But you're right, Mr. Francis. Some of those you have an evidence problem, and that's really what you're talking about. You're going to run into an evidence problem of this stuff is so old, you can't find it, you can't find your witnesses, or people sometimes just change their mind. That we've seen that a few times where they're like, I don't want to fool with this anymore. Like, okay.
I guess my point is I want to pursue those cases where we think we can make a noticeable difference, right?
Yeah.
In those cases where we're looking for a telephone number or we're looking for an address, why should we shouldn't spend the resources on those when we can actually go about helping people in other situations? We need to actively dismiss these things. And so we're setting ourselves up for failure by having something on the books that was open in 2009. I mean, it's just prolonging those reports, and we're not doing anything about it. That's my point. Thank you for the information.
Daryl, which point are we on? Are we on E now?
Yeah, E. I've given you all a copy of several things under E. SB1, which is the Senate is carrying the budget this year instead of the House. So SB1, you can see where it is. I'll just tell you right now, it's in conference committee. The conferees have been selected. So we're just waiting on the conference committee to come out with what the budget will actually look like. I sent y'all some information late yesterday. The comptroller gave us a piece of good news yesterday in that he updated the BRE, the revenue estimate, and turns out we had more money than we generated more revenue than what we thought we were going to generate. So we were actually back on the positive side of the ledger, which is good. So that was a piece of good news. And I will say this, the Senate version of the bill gives us all of our exceptional items. And the House version of the bill set everything to what we call Article 11, which is known as the wish list, in which case nothing ever comes out of the wish list. It's literally, you're just wishing. So I'm really hopeful that the Senate version of the bill passes, because that's what I hope the conferees agree upon, the Senate version, because that's what will give us the resources that we need. Budget process hearing. I also put some additional items there in your board packet to show there were some letters of support from the associations, just to kind of give you some idea of what was going on kind of behind the scenes, the support the agency received from the professions itself. That's really all I have to report on that. I'll let you know as soon as I hear anything on the budget. I don't know when the conference committee will come out with its decision. I know they're already meeting. I just don't know when the ultimate decision will be. So any questions on that? All right, hearing none. The bill tracking report, I'm not going to go over that because there's so much there. We're obviously in the home stretches. May 31st is going to be sine die. So bill filing deadline is gone and passed. No more bills are being filed. What you're watching for now on this bill tracking report is stuff that has made it out of committee and that is engrossed. I think I gave you all the important deadlines, and we're coming up on the day in the House where if it hasn't made it out of committee, you can pretty much write it off. And then there's another date in that set of that calendar that I sent you that if they haven't made it to second or third reading, you can write it off. But you're about to start seeing a significant number of bills die. So there's going to be a lot of stuff that just can't make it. Give you just some examples. There's a couple of bills that I'm watching. One, there's a lot of bills that relate to banning conversion therapy. Those I've been watching pretty closely in the legislature. They don't seem to be moving a lot. The reason I'm watching them is because of that case law that I included in your board packet, your board meeting materials there that talk. One's from the 9th Circuit, one's from the 11th Circuit. You got two competing opinions on whether or not conversion therapy is speech or conduct. There's nothing from the 5th Circuit on that, but anyway, that's just an FYI. One other bill I've been watching is House Bill 3626. It would directly impact the MFT and LPC boards. It doesn't change anything for the council really. It would speed things up for us is what it would do. But that's one bill that I've been watching, but it's not out of calendars committee yet, so I'm not sure that it's going to make it. Nothing really foundational or earth shaking for the council in the bills, but if any of you have any questions, I'll try to answer them. If I can't hear, I can get back to you offline. But anything on the bills that y'all have questions about? Or
Sir?
those? Did somebody say something?
No, sir, not for
Okay.
me.
Okay.
Daryl, what's your gut feeling on the likelihood on 3626?
Well, honestly, I'm worried it's not going to make it out of calendars committee. We haven't seen anything yet from calendars. It would have to clear the House. And then as far as I know, there's nobody on the Senate side to sponsor it or carry it. So
Still no sponsor?
right. So, there's,
Okay.
I don't have any news on that, but I'm worried about that. But at the same time, when you get down to crunch time, you can see some weird things happen when crunch time gets here. All kinds of amendments get tacked on to other bills. I will tell y'all, this is where it gets really, really difficult to track what is going on, what law actually gets passed, because you will have a bill that you think is dead that didn't make it anywhere, and all of a sudden it shows up as an amendment, and there is no way to know that unless you happen to be sitting there watching when it occurs. So you have to just sit there literally and watch the entire legislature. Great learning experience. You learned about all kinds of funny stuff that goes on in the world, all the problems in the world, but it's an incredible time suck too, if you're trying to get anything else done. So anyway, next item is the briefing submitted. Those are just the letter briefs that were submitted by various interested parties following the council's request for the AG opinion. Still haven't heard anything on that, and I don't expect to until after the legislature is done. The next item is the telecommuting policy. I don't need any formal action on the council's part. This is just an FYI. We have to do that. The law says I, as the executive director, have to implement some kind of telecommuting policy. I hadn't done that, but we've done it now. I and J, again, are just informational. The one thing I would point out on I is page 17. If you look on page 17, there's a specific reference to that work group. They want to take a look at like reciprocity and, oh gosh, what do you call it? Shoot, I can't remember the exact frame. Basically, you're recognizing an out-of-state license when somebody's applying for a license in your state. It's not reciprocity is a two-way street. That would be Texas agreeing with Louisiana. Hey, we'll let your folks be licensed with us if you let our folks be licensed with you. That's reciprocity, where it's just a one-way street saying we recognize your licensing standards is equivalent to ours, therefore your folks can come on in. That's not really reciprocity. I forget. It's getting old. It escapes me what it is, but there's a specific term for that. That workforce group, they wanted to take a look and kind of see, is there anything we could do? They wanted to study that issue. Is there anything we could do on occupational regulation to kind of help increase the number of providers in the workforce here in the state? Any questions? The TREAT Act on K is dead. Didn't go anywhere. ASWB's request, again, that's just informational only. The only reason I put that in there is I want to let y'all know that is an issue that's being looked at by a third party. So I'm kind of curious to see what whoever it is they hire to do this study, I'm kind of curious to see what their actual report is when it comes out. But the only reason that's in there is just kind of tip you off and let you know that process has started. And then the last item is M, which is just an update on what's going on with the licensing division and our office facilities. We had the flood back in February. For the public those of you in the public that don't know, the riser pipe, which runs the sprinkler system, busted right above the receptionist desk over in the licensing division in Tower 2. We're here in the Hobby Building in downtown Austin. My office is in Tower 3. The licensing division was in Tower 2. The pipe busted right above the receptionist desk, flooded the entire licensing division, basically destroyed it. Fortunately, we had transitioned to mostly digital, and so nothing was lost. That paid off there, having all those volunteers come in and scan. We got lucky there. But as a result of that, everybody got kicked out. We actually shut the building down for about a week. I mean, we were dead in the water for about a week. Everybody got kicked out of that division. We moved, all the licensing is now over here in Tower 3. We've had to shift enforcement to completely remote. They are working 100% from home. Y'all's boardroom, we had a boardroom that was dedicated to this agency. I have now confiscated that. TFC was going to rehab the damaged office space over there in Tower 2, but it was going to cost like $2 to $3 million. They're tearing this building down once we all move, so they weren't going to spend that kind of money to fix up something they're just going to tear down. So they asked us, can you guys keep doing, can you all squeeze in and get cozy with one another for at least a year? I said yes, because I didn't want to be the guy that made them spend $2 million. So they're not going to rehab. Part of the deal that I said yes was they would have to outfit y'all's boardroom. They would change y'all's boardroom into office space so that I could actually manage to fit all my licensing staff and a few enforcement staff in here. So you lost your boardroom, but you had to if we wanted to keep getting things done. So
I just want to put, let's just put a pin in that, Mr. Spinks, and appreciate you saving the state of Texas a couple $1 million and not spending any more money on the hobby building.
Yeah. Well, all the EDs, we all kind of agreed it'd be ridiculous to spend that kind of money on something we're only going to be here for about a year on. So
yeah,
and that wouldn't cure the rat problem in the building. So
it didn't wash them away.
No, probably wash more of them into the building, knowing my luck. That's pretty much all I have on the ED's report. Any questions?
I had one quick question, Director Spinks, and it was all of the monies that were spent with the flood, what budget does that come out of? Because I know we did have probably extra manpower and moving cost and any of that. Where does that money come from?
Well, TFC moved over the cubicles and stuff that we now have in the conference room. That was part of the deal we negotiated with them. If we didn't make them repair that, they were going to fix everything up over here. Fortunately, when we moved into this office, basically it was furnished. The accountancy board, when they left a lot of their stuff here. And so we just came in and took over what they had left. We really didn't have, I'm trying to think, well, we had some expenditures on some equipment that was destroyed, I think. Nothing major. Luckily, our copiers, which that's the big thing that would cost you, but they're leased and they set up high enough, the water didn't get up high enough to destroy them. I think we've had to pay to move some copiers over. That's been one area where we've kind of, it's the hurt is still lingering a little bit. I had like I think we have 5 or 6 high-speed scanner copiers that we use to scan everything in as it comes in the mail. We were down to 2 or 3 over here with the others still over in the licensing division. Jenny's got those moved and she's got them wired up over here, I think, working now. So we're back to full capacity there, but we had to spend a little bit there, but that's just a couple $100. So we kind of got lucky, even though we took a pretty hard blow to the chin since it was in our office. It ended up not costing us just too terribly much. It was more lost time is what really hurt us the most.
Okay.
Time and aggravation.
Thanks.
Thank you.
Thank you for providing that info.
Yeah, and fortunately TFC, they handle all the abatement, like coming in with the dehumidifiers, the fans. We're the tenant, they're the landlord. They handle all of that for us.
So thank you, Mr. Spinks. We've been going about an hour and a half. I say let's take a 10-minute break. It's 10:35 right now, and we'll come back at 10:45 on the dot. We'll get into rulemaking. Just a preview of that. A lot of it's just technical corrections, so we should be able to work through that pretty expeditiously. So right now we will stand at ease until 10:45. 10:45. I think we're waiting on a quorum to be back. Daryl, do we have to recertify a quorum, or if I can see everybody here, are we good to go?
If you can see everybody.
And we
You got a quorum.
okay, thank you. All right, it is 10:45 a.m. and we are back. We are moving on to item number 6, rulemaking. And as we go through these, I'm going to turn it over to Mr. Spinks, kind of chunk by chunk, to explain the technical correction, if that's what it is, or the implications, or maybe even a little bit of context around each of these. So does that sound all right, Daryl?
Yes, sir.
All right, I'm going to turn it over to you on the first one, 6A.
Okay. All right. 881.21 is simply the correction of a typographical error. We left a 0 out of the 2001. That's all that is. 882.11 expands the number of resources or entities in which an individual can seek the review of a foreign degree. This was actually done following some discussions that we had with the registrar for the University of Texas at Austin. He had recommended also including this group. So that's one of the reasons staff are bringing it to the council. 883.1 and 885.1, I'll talk about them in conjunction. Let me bring them up so that we can all be looking at them. If you'll recall, back at the last meeting, there was some public testimony or public comment given about how the council calculates late renewal fees. Let me tell you how it works under our current rules. If you're renewing a license and you renew 1 day late, you are going to pay your whatever your regular renewal fee is, and then you're also going to pay a late fee that is equal to 1.5 times of your base renewal fee amount, or depending on if it's more than 90 days delinquent, 2 times. Now, that can add up very quickly. For example, we had some public comment from a psychologist who had to pay like over $1,000. I think she was 2 or 3 days late. So one of the reasons we're bringing this back is this would change the way we calculate the late fee. We would no longer charge you your regular renewal fee plus the late fee. Now your late renewal fee would just be 1.5 times the regular renewal fee, or 2 times the renewal fee, depending upon how delinquent you are. That'll reduce the cost to the licensee, but hopefully it should still serve as a deterrent and make people not wait, but it just won't be so over the top, so that folks aren't having to pay $1,000 because they miss it by 2 or 3 days. And this is across the board. It doesn't just affect psychology. It would be applicable to all the licensees. So now the reason 883.1 has to be worded this way is because you can't just make a change in the system. The way the database calculates your renewal fee and your late renewal fee, it's dependent upon, it's a snapshot in time. So we have to have a hard start date of when this rule will go into effect. That way Jenny can put in and say, everybody that has a renewal date of this date or later, this is the rule that's applicable to them. We can't just change it midstream. It's impossible under the way the database works. So we have to word the rule like this. I know it's a little different, but this is how we would have to do it if we're going to do it. So that's my explanation for all those proposed rules.
And the motion here would be to propose the rule. We're not adopting the rule. This is a proposal. Correct?
Proposal. Yes.
So the motion would be to propose it. We have moved to not written minutes. So we've got a video here that we're doing. So when making motions, I think it would be helpful to, if you're moving, state your name, seconding, state your name, and then we can take the vote. And also just as a little bit of an editorial comment on a lot of these rules, we are at this board level looking at antitrust issues. Daryl, help me out. What's our scope on of how we're looking at these?
On these particular rules, these are in your wheelhouse, exclusively within your wheelhouse, because we're talking about the administrative functions of the agency here. So you're not so much looking at administrative, it's just what it takes to accomplish your mission here. When we start to review the member board rules in a minute, that's where we don't get to weigh in and say, well, we don't think that's a good idea. We don't like it. There, we just have to go, well, is it anti-competitive? Is it administratively consistent with their statutory authority? And does it comport with good governance? If you don't have any concerns in those, it doesn't matter if you disagree with the substance of what the member board said. They get to determine that for their own jurisdiction, for their own profession. We don't get to substitute our judgment for theirs. These rules are a little different here. Yeah.
Okay, thank you for that clarification. We may restate that when we get to some of those. So up for proposal, you guys have heard what's up for proposal. Do I hear a motion?
Mr. Chair, I make a motion. This is George Francis IV, that we accept it as presented by our executive director.
Heard the motion. Is there a second?
This is Janine Smith. I second the motion of Mr. Francis.
It's been moved and seconded to propose those rules. All in favor signify by saying aye.
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 Any opposed? The ayes have it. Moving on to B, 6B.
Okay.
Harold, did you cover 885.1?
Yeah,
Oh, you
it's
did?
yeah.
Okay.
It's in the meeting materials. Okay, 882.21 is just these are adopted rules, or rules being considered for adoption by the council. 882.21 is just removing this portion of the sentence in the rule here. We no longer issue renewal certificates, therefore that portion of the sentence needs to come out. And then 882.50 just changes the audit, the percentage of people subject to audit from 10% to 5%.
All right. And this is for adoption.
Yes, sir. No comments were received on them.
Okay. Is there a motion to adopt?
Mr. Chair, I make a motion to adopt the rules as stated by our executive director. This is George Francis IV.
It's been moved. Is there a second?
And this is Susan Fletcher, and I'll second the motion.
It's been moved and second to adopt 88221 and 882.5 as presented. All in favor signify by saying aye.
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 Any opposed say nay. The ayes have it. We have adopted those. Thank you very much. Moving on to 7, rulemaking, Texas State Board of Examiners of Marriage and Family Therapists. Daryl, can you tell us about 801.205?
Sure. This is one of those rules now that comes from a member board that it has to originate from them. In other words, this is one where we're only looking to see, is it anti-competitive? Is it administratively consistent with their statutory authority? And does it comport with good governance concerns? I don't have any concerns from the council's perspective about this rule. To give you some background on where this rule came from, there were obviously during the pandemic, the MFT board has a rule that caps the amount of telehealth services that associates can deliver at 500 hours. That rule has caused some problems for applicants whose employer or practice settings aren't allowing any in-person practice. They're requiring everything to be telehealth due to COVID. So the board struggled with that. And I made mention that the psychology board had this similar rule. I showed it to them. They requested that we bring the same rule up for them that psychology uses. And so that's what we have here today. Now, again, this is just being proposed. This is a rule that has been suggested or proposed by the member board. Whatever the feedback or the stakeholder reaction, that is going to be something that really needs to be considered by the MFT board first. So anyway, I'll shut up if anybody has any questions.
All right, any questions or discussion? And this is a motion to propose, not to adopt
sir.
at this moment.
Correct.
Mr. Chair, I make a motion to propose the new rules as delivered to us by the Marriage and Family Therapy Board. This is George Francis IV.
Motion to propose. Is there a second?
This is Janine Smith. I second the motion.
Been moved and seconded to propose 801.205 as presented. All in favor signify by saying aye.
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 Any opposed say nay. The ayes have it. Thank you very much. There are no, that was for proposal, nothing for adoption there. So moving on to 8, Texas State Board of Examiners of Psychologists. We've got 3 of them here, and this is a proposed rule change. Daryl, you want to take it away?
Yes. These are proposed rule changes that the psychology board is recommending based on the fact of once upon a time, whenever you were applying to become a licensed specialist in school psychologist, you had to apply with the board first, receive permission to sit for the jurisprudence exam, and then while you were waiting to take and pass that exam, the board would issue something called a trainee status letter. Now, with the creation and implementation of BHEC, everybody takes and passes the jurisprudence exam before they ever apply for licensure. Therefore, there is no reason to have the trainee status anymore. In fact, it can't even be issued under the system anymore because of the way BHEC is set up. So we need to remove that from the rule. It's functionally impossible to do anymore. And it's a archaic vestige from the way things used to be. So that's the basis for the rule. And all three of these rules, 465.2 doesn't, but that's the impetus behind this rule here. Now let's look at 465.2. The change here, this is a change that you're seeing here. This is a change that we're going to adopt in just a moment. So I just wanted to show it there. Again, the changes here in 465.2, they are related to the doing away with the trainee status. So all these changes, all these proposed rules deal with eliminating the trainee status.
All right. Any questions or discussion? And again, this is a proposal for 463.9, 465.2, and 465.3.8.
Mr. Chair, please.
Excuse me just
Yes.
a moment. If, when they're taking the vote, can all the council members unmute?
Unmute. Okay. Yep.
Yeah.
You can do that. All right.
Mr.
Thank
Chair,
you,
I would
Rhonda.
make a motion to accept the proposed rule changes as stated by our executive director. This is George Francis IV.
You guys have heard the motion. Is there a second?
This Janine Smith, I second the motion.
It's been moved and seconded for the rule proposal as stated. All in favor signify by saying aye.
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 We've got one on mute.
Aye.
Thank you. Any opposed? There are no opposed. The ayes have it. Moving on to B, this is consideration and possible adoption of a number of rules. Looks like 6 of them there. Daryl, you want to tell us about those?
Sure. 463.10 is a very minor change. It's just eliminating a requirement that we haven't had that need in probably more than a decade. This is a portion of the rule that it's based on a statutory requirement, but in all honesty, it's nobody ever uses it. It's the only reason it's still in the rule is because the statute is still in place, but the statute itself is archaic and is never actually utilized for anything. We're just trying to make the rule comport more thoroughly with the statute. So nothing onerous or tricky about that one. 463.35 is just making this minor change here. It has to do with allowing licensees to claim credit for courses that they teach, because when you're teaching a course, an ongoing course over the years, obviously you have to update that course requirement. And this was something that we discussed, the board had discussed with the governor's office about, well, if you're teaching a course, the science has to be updated and changed. So why don't you allow them to claim credit for it each renewal period, because the course has to be updated, and the board agreed. They said, yeah, we do need to be allowing that. So that's the purpose behind that change. It actually expands continuing education opportunities for licensees. The next item is the psychology board is just like all the other boards have already done. They're adopting the same type of criminal history rule that everybody else has. So we're repealing the old psych board rule and adopting the same thing that everybody else has. The original of which came from the MFT board. That was the one we hammered out through the MFT board. So nothing weird there. It just changes it from instead of Marriage and Family Practice Act, it's Psychology Practice Act. The next item is a definitions change. We're just eliminating this one term here because the governor's office pointed it out, and it makes sense. They're like, look, that it's a self-evident thing. You don't need a definition for that. We all agreed. So very minor change there. Supervision. This is a change that had been requested by some stakeholders the board agreed with. This removes one of the last vestiges of restrictions on telehealth that psychology has. basically what it does is it allows any licensee under Chapter 501 to provide telehealth services through synchronous audio visual means without any kind of limitation. Before, we had a limit on it, a cap on the amount you can provide, but you don't anymore. So nothing major there. And then that's back to the proposed rules. The only other one under this group is 465.13, and the Psychology Board requested that we withdraw this one. They're not done looking at this. We got public comment back, and there were some problems with the rule. So we do not want to adopt 465.13. We need to withdraw that. You will vote, or the Psychology Board is asking that you vote on I through 5, Roman numeral 1 through 5, and then vote to withdraw Roman numeral 6.
Okay, and one quick question on 3, the repeal and replace. That the repeal and replace as it was proposed, we can just adopt it as proposed, and that covers both of us on the repeal and replace, correct?
Correct.
Okay. Very good.
Mr. Chair,
Any
I'd like
question? Go ahead.
I'd like to make a motion to accept the proposed rule changes I through 5 on our agenda, withdrawing item number 6, 465.13, personal problems. This is George Francis IV.
All right, y'all have heard the motion. Is there a second?
This Janine Smith, I'll make a second. Okay, somebody else has got to start making seconds.
Thank you for stepping up. All right, make sure you guys are not on mute. All in favor, signify by saying aye.
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 Any opposed, say nay. And the ayes have it. Thank you very much. So just to clarify, Daryl, it sounded like we did have a withdrawing 465.13 as a part of that motion. You're satisfied with that?
Yes, sir.
Okay, very good. Number 9, Texas State Board of Examiners of Professional Counselors, and we have some proposed rule changes, and it looks like no adoption today, just proposed. Is that correct?
Correct.
All right.
John, if I can make a recommendation here, and I don't know if Steve agrees with me or not, but based on the comment that we got from the art therapy organization, I think we want to withdraw that and reevaluate at the board level. I was a little surprised by their comment, so I wanted to have some time to review that.
Okay. So when we're taking this up, we would, is that just 681.73? Is that it?
Yeah, that's just 0.73. Yeah, I was a little.
Well, it would also be 681.2. Let me kind of chime in here for just a minute. I've read those comments. I will tell you that is not the law. The way those comments state, that is not the law.
Right.
All those individuals are just like you. They are licensed professional counselors. They just have a specialty designation as an art therapist. So there is some confusion there that it is a profession separate and distinct from counseling. It is not in Texas.
Right.
And I know there was a lot of citation to the DOJ labor, not DOJ, but the Department of Labor standards. That's not the law. They don't govern occupational regulation in Texas.
Right.
And I will say that the one change in 681.73, that is a change that needs to happen. And if it doesn't, it can actually jeopardize our ability to continue giving the art specialty designation, because it's our understanding that association, that accrediting body, is going to go away. It's going to be assumed or subsumed by another entity of some sort. The problem is that specific organization is listed in statute. And so
I didn't see that most of the objection was directed at 73. I thought the vast majority of it was regarding the definition change.
Yes.
Yeah, I think you're right. But my point being is these are things that have come up from the LPC board, and this is where we get into the esoteric talk about the great compromise that is BHEC. In that, when BHEC was created, it was created with the idea that we are not going to pass judgment on, the substance of scope rules. And this is clearly a scope rule. Now, the comments are indicative of a scope debate within your profession, within the counseling profession. But I guess my question is this rule for me doesn't implicate any kind of antitrust concerns. It's certainly not administratively inconsistent. In fact, it's very consistent with your underlying statutory authority. So the question becomes, if you want to kick it back, you're going to have to say that it has some good governance concerns of some sort. Now, let me say what happens. Let's just war game this. What happens if you vote to go ahead and propose it? It gets published in the Texas Register. Everybody gets an opportunity to submit comments. We gather those comments, then we take them back to the LPC board. The LPC board then weighs what to do. You're not committed to adopting these changes today if you vote to propose them. And what I don't want us to get in, what I want to stop before, and I'm not suggesting that we would be doing this, but what I want to make sure that the public understands, because this was such a critical component for the passage and creation of BHEC, is that I want everybody to understand that we are going to respect the original jurisdiction of a member board when they send a rule up. I am going to hold true to that standard that says we're not going to second guess your scope issues, your standard of care issues. We're only going to look to see, is this an antitrust issue, administrative consistency, those three criteria. And even if we don't like it, we could say, I hate this rule, I don't like it, it stinks. But at the end of the day, it's that member board that gets to decide what to do. So look, here's my suggestion. My recommendation is that you propose it.
Here's where my concern comes from, is that I'm a member of that board and a member of the committee that drafted this. And I guess my issue is that I don't recall changing that definition in that way. I'm not saying I'm opposed to it. I'm just saying that it might be something better for our board to discuss more in depth if the art therapy organizations seem to be opposed to it. Now, if you're saying if we just propose this now and we can continue to do that later, then that's fine with me.
Yes.
I think also, I think it's important for us to remember what hats we're wearing when we're here at BHEC. And to me, that's the distinction, and that, again, this is a proposed rule. It seems like the member board might want to take a look at it again, but from here, I don't know how if it fits really the three areas that we're supposed to, pass or fail things on here. I think that's what we need to concern ourselves with.
Absolutely.
Yeah, I would like to vote on it, knowing that we will probably take a look at it again, but for procedurally, I still think it's appropriate that we vote on whether to accept the proposal, knowing that there is going to be some further debate on it.
Good.
And that is the point. It's being proposed, it'll be published, and my guess is that we'll get lots of comment on it, which will all be taken into consideration. And there is a process for us to look at it again. That's why we propose and not pass on first reading.
It has to go back to the LPC board with whatever comments come back. I mean, it has to, by our own rules, the way y'all set up your rules, it has to go back to you for consideration. Whereas you could then forward it on and say, yeah, go forward with it, or you could say scrap it.
Well, and also just to point out, I mean, even in the last one that we actually adopted, I mean, we pointed out some of the input from stakeholders that went into what ultimately got passed. So everyone needs to know there is a process, and we will deal with it.
Like that psych board rule, it got pulled down because of the comments that were received after it was proposed by this body. So that's a perfect example of the member board saying, no, we're not going to go forward. We changed our minds.
Can I add something too? Because I reviewed all of those, and I know in respecting the scope of the role as a committee member and not a member of the LPC board, I know that I'm interested in what kind of dialogue the LPC board can have, because there is a theme to all those comments. There's someone who supervises a number of people who submitted a lot of those letters, which I think is a good thing, because then you can identify people who are invested in this and have some kind of dialogue with that person as you continue at the LPC board level to address this. And so I know that's not in the scope of the role of BHEC, And I'm interested in that. I look forward to hearing what you bring as part of that conversation to the next BHEC meeting once all of that is open for discussion.
Thank you, Dr. Fletcher.
All right. Daryl, did you have anything that we need to, do you want to throw anything up on the screen or go through these?
Sure. Let me, because there are more. The only two rules that drew any comment were the two that dealt with the art therapy issue, 681.2 and 681.73. The rest didn't have any comment and are I think pretty benign. This was the only change in this rule that drew the comments. I'm trying to remember where the change at is in this rule.
It's at the very beginning.
Is it very beginning?
What? Oh, 681.2.
Oh no, I'm on 41.
It's under D there.
Subsection
Oh
D.
yeah, yes, removing the immediate, just so that changes it to a reasonableness standard.
Yeah.
And then 681.72. This was a change that was made based on some discussions we had with the governor's office. Again, that's the one we just talked about, the 681.73. Academic requirements. This was a change that the counseling board is proposing to kind of help expedite. This is a change that should help expedite some licensure process and make it to where we don't have any gotcha moments for folks coming in from out of state, or it'll help reduce those gotcha moments from out of state. So this is actually, I think this is going to be a pretty good change. And then they also made some corrections up here and added counseling. But again, these are not, I don't think these are controversial changes.
Hey, Daryl, quick question. How does this one, the academic requirements for the out-of-state licensures, how does that work together with the proposed House Bill 3626?
Well, 3626 may subsume this or may render it moot.
Okay.
But we can't rely on that until that, I mean, if that becomes law, then we can come back in and revisit this.
That was my question. So if that,
yeah.
And we know it's kind of in limbo, but we can make this rule change outside of statute, but 3626 would go a little bit further.
Yes.
If it's passed.
Correct.
Okay.
Correct.
And if it's passed, we would have to revisit this?
You would be wise to. Yeah, I don't know that you'd have to, but I think you would want to, because I think you could make even more improvements based on 3626.
Okay, so the way I'm viewing it as this is what we can do,
yes.
Rulemaking wise, to go a little bit further, which we are okay with. That's going to require statute, though.
Correct. You're doing what you can with what you have with this change.
Okay,
and
that's what I wanted to hear.
Yes, sir. Let's see, supervisor requirements, really a nondescript change here. We're just changing it where instead of making the LPC supervisor keep a copy of the wall certificate, now they can just keep a copy of the online license verification. A little, reducing administrative burdens there. And then they're changing, the LPC board is recommending changes to their military licensing rule. I think this is designed to mimic more what the MFT board does. Patrick, am I correct?
I think that's correct. It's
kind of help streamline that for the military folks. So good changes. And these were changes that we all discussed with the governor's office. That they had kind of kicked off the discussion on that. So that's it, Mr. Chair.
All right. So you guys have heard the rules and the context of the rules proposed.
I'm sorry,
adopting.
John, I'm sorry. There was one other. We had to make a change in the schedule of sanctions.
Yep.
Since we changed that to that reasonableness standard, we also had to change the schedule of sanctions, but it's just the exact same change.
Good deal. Thank you for that clarification.
Mr. Chair, I would make a motion to accept the proposed rule changes as outlined by our executive director for the professional counselors for the LPCs.
I will second that.
I think our chair is frozen.
John?
thought he always looked that way. That's not his normal look.
He's just shocked that Janine didn't second the motion that time.
That's right.
Okay. George, take over real quick.
Thank you. Well, I actually made the motion, so I don't know that I can.
Oh, Janine.
I'll make the motion if he takes over.
Do I have a motion on the floor in regards to item
I
number?
would like to make a motion to accept the rule proposals for agenda item 9.
Do I have a second, please?
I will second.
So that was Christopher Taylor that made the motion, and Mr. Halbar, if I pronounced that correctly, please forgive me if I mispronounced.
Pretty close.
Seconded. Any discussion? Hearing no discussion, I'll call for the vote. All in favor, if you'll come off of mute and state aye, please.
Aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Hearing none, that motion passes. Thank you.
Let me be very clear, members of the public. I want y'all to understand that although the rules were proposed, they will be published in the Texas Register. You will have an opportunity to comment. You can submit comments, and then those comments will be funneled back to the LPC board, where they will undergo yet another public hearing like what we had here today. You could then actually appear and comment at that meeting as well. So then if for some reason, they decide to send it back up to BHEC, you'd have yet another opportunity. You're going to have at least 3 more opportunities to comment on these rules. So I don't want anybody thinking that this was the end of the discussion. No more, discussion will be entertained, because that's the furthest from the truth. I just want to make sure that's clear to everybody listening. It looks like John's coming back online.
Yeah, can y'all hear me?
Yes, sir.
There we go. I don't know what happened. I'm on my cell phone now. I'm gonna see if I can get back on my desktop. But did we conduct a vote?
We did.
Okay.
All
Like it's
the
going
rules
down in flames as that was happening, apparently. Where
John,
does that leave
you're
us?
in Waxahachie, aren't you?
Yes, sir, I am.
Yeah. How'd that go last night?
It was interesting. It was part taking some photography of trying to see what was coming, and then that got a little hairy, and it culminated with me and the kids and the wife with ski helmets in the bathroom.
Good. Well, I'm glad you're all right.
So yeah, we're good. Everything was good.
Here.
Are we on to, have we gotten onto rulemaking for the social workers
Number
yet?
10, Mr. Chair.
Pardon?
Number 10.
There we go. Daryl, do you want, okay, so we're not proposing anything. We are going to look at possible adoption of 3 rules.
Correct. These are all rather simple changes that no comments were received on. The first is just a change deleting the requirement to report all employment setting changes. Next one is a change to the, I guess, the severity level and kind of their schedule of sanctions for social workers. I think that was just a technical correction that was needed. And then the next one was a change in the actual schedule of sanctions, since the item they're striking is already covered by council rules. It doesn't need to be included also in the board rules. So very minor technical correction type changes.
All right, members, you've heard the outline. Is there a motion?
I'll make a
To
motion.
accept these changes as proposed.
It's been moved
And I'll make a second on that. This is Susan Fletcher.
and seconded. All in favor signify by saying aye.
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 All opposed say nay. And it carries. Thank you very much. Moving on to 11, discussion regarding establishment of ad hoc committee to identify existing rules should be standardized across licensing programs and to provide the council and member boards with draft standardized language for those rules. I think this is important that we need to have staff involved. I'm sure stakeholders will want to be involved, and then we'll want to have probably some board members, council members, smaller than a quorum involved in this. Daryl, do you have any other thoughts on this? How this needs to look?
No, the only thing I had envisioned was, a couple of council members, like you said, a couple of council members and a representative probably from each state association to make sure we get their buy-in and input in this. And then I will just tell you, I envision this to be a long project. This is not going to be a 6-month endeavor. I think you're looking at, when we undertook something like this at Psychology, I called it the supervision overhaul. It took over 2 years to get it complete. I expect this is going to take at least 2 years. It's more likely 3 to 4. Some of the stuff, I don't think you'll have to wait till the very end to start making changes. I think you'll be able to come to agreement on certain things along the way and then go ahead and begin implementing changes. But the overall process, I think, will take probably 3 to 4 years to complete. You will find a list of kind of brainstorming ideas that staff came up with in your meeting materials. We've since revised it just to kind of give you a sneak peek and everybody out in the public what it is. Here's an example of what it looks like. You're by no means married to this list. These are just ideas that staff came up with. You're free to come up with your own. The whole idea is to identify those areas in the 4 boards where standardization can be achieved, and then to come up with the language that you think all the member boards would be happy with. Now, here's the thing, because some of these areas may be areas that have to, probably will be, to be honest with you, will be areas that have to originate with the member boards. One of the things we have to do is make sure whatever language we all agree on, we're going to have to take it back to the member boards, get their input on it, and then come back. So that's one of the reasons why I think this is going to take so long to do, is because of the kind of the wonky nature of how we're set up. But it's nevertheless, it's an endeavor I think we need to start. It's going to be hard, there's no doubt, but I think we need to do it. I would say this, the folks that are going to commit to this, make sure you have the time and the willingness, both on the council and then all the stakeholders that are listening, the associations, whoever you pick, please make sure that they have the time and the flexibility to commit to this, because the bigger the group is, the more difficult it is to get them together. And again, because we're talking about standardization, it's not like I can just say, if George and I are on this committee and we're like, we want to standardize, the language for MFTs, we got to get psychology, social, we got to get everybody involved. Everybody has to buy off on it, or otherwise you don't achieve the standardization. So let's just make sure whoever we commit to it, you've got the time and the willingness to do this.
So if we're talking about creating this committee now, obviously there are people outside this, outside the council, obviously, that would be involved. Do we give somebody some discretion on who to invite and how, or do we do it? How would that potentially work?
Either y'all could select it as the whole, or you could delegate that to the committee and say, you decide what stakeholder groups you want invited to this. Because ultimately anything that's brought back is going to have to be approved by the full body here. So it's not like you're delegating the final decision away. What's being brought back is a recommendation to the council and to the member boards. For efficiency purposes, I would say let the council members that are selected to serve on it, let them select who the stakeholders are going to be. That way we're not mired down in that here.
Okay.
Mr. Chair, question, please. Since one of the things that we're tasked with looking at, if we form a standardization committee, does that put us closer, even by appearances, not by actions, of anti-competitive rules? Because we're now pulling all of the member boards together on an organization to make recommendations and suggestions together versus independently. I'm just concerned about the appearance of it, not against the idea. I love the idea, but I'm just curious from a legal perspective, how does that look?
That's a good question.
Oh my God, I got a good question.
I'm glad it's being asked, because getting close to those items is not good. I'm not a lawyer. I would probably defer to the lawyers, but in terms of standardizing rules and it seems like it's more rules and administrative stuff, and it's not. If we got into, I don't know, crazy scope of something or another in terms of the actual practice, I think that. But when we're talking about streamlining and standardizing rules, I mean, we're identifying existing rules to standardize those, and suggested draft standardized language. I'll let the lawyers chime in here, but I don't think that doesn't feel like antitrust.
Let me give you an example. Let's say one of the issues that I think I would like the committee to take up is standardization of possession, access, and retention of records. I mean, the retention record is the same across the board right now, but the possession and access language is all over the board. That in and of itself doesn't implicate any kind of anti-competitive concerns in my mind. You're not talking, that kind of a rule doesn't keep people out of the marketplace or give anybody a particular advantage in the marketplace. So that kind of standardization in my mind doesn't implicate antitrust concerns. CE requirements. When I put that in the list, they have the list you have there before you. I'm not talking about, I want y'all all to have the same number of CEs. That's not what I'm talking about. What I'm talking about is the criteria we use the criteria that's used for the acceptability of CE hours. I would like that to be the same across the board, because that will help when we're reviewing, conducting audits and answering questions and stuff. Again, I don't see that implicating any kind of antitrust concerns. I'll be honest, I hadn't thought about what you just said, George, though, before you mentioned it. But as I'm sitting here now, most of what I had envisioned is more administrative efficiency, reducing regulatory burden, that type of stuff. I don't think it's a good idea to necessarily say, well, I think we all need to look at the number of supervised experience hours we require, and let's all make it 4,000 hours instead of 3,000 or 2,000 or whatever. That's not what I had envisioned whenever we got into this. So I now that my radar is on it, yeah, that is something we would have to watch out for. But what I was envisioning in my mind, I don't think would trigger those questions.
Yeah, I think it's good we're having this discussion, because it does put on the record the limitation of scope of what this committee is intended to look at and what it's not intended to look at.
And the good thing is now we have a backstop. Let's say we all get stupid and we do something like that. It's got to go through the governor's regulatory compliance division first. So we have a backstop that would keep us all from getting in trouble there.
Mm-hmm.
Thank
Well,
you.
I just think a great example of this and what we struggle with on the LPC board is when COVID happened. As an LPC, you could do telehealth anywhere in the state, unlimited. But if you were an Lmft, you were limited in what you were allowed to do. You had to have extra training. You were limited in what you could count towards your hours. Many LPCs and LMFTs are duly licensed. So you had a therapist sitting there not knowing what they were supposed to do or which thing they were allowed to do. And we run into this issue quite frequently. So I would love to sit down, and I'd love to be on this committee if possible, to review through these very large documents and try to figure out what are some small things that we can sync up on just to make life easier for everybody and for the public, because they don't know the difference between an LPC, an LMFT, a social worker. So just to kind of get things on the same page, I think would be immensely helpful.
Sounds like our first volunteer, Dr. Taylor.
Oh, I'm more than happy to, please.
I also want to volunteer to be on this committee, and I think it will help us when we are talking about this. We are Standardization Administration Committee, not a standardization of practice committee.
Yes. And one where we are dedicated to working with the other boards so that it's an understand that whatever we come up with is a total recommendation, and that we want to hear their input as well. Because I would love to hear what LMFT has to say on certain things and social work. And we've been learning a great deal from psychology since we started this process. So I know that other people are doing things better and more efficiently than we are. And I'd love for us to all learn and share.
Patrick and Daryl, do you guys feel it appropriate for y'all to be on this committee as well? Or do you want to just sit in the background?
No, I don't want to be on it. I don't think it appropriate that staff be committee members. I think we need to be, we're your arms and your legs.
Okay.
We're your resource, but it's not, we don't need to be voting on it. That's not our role.
Okay. We definitely need y'all involved in this, but yeah, I understood.
Now I will voice my opinion. I just won't get to vote.
Counting on it. who else? We've got
Let me
two.
just offer, what else are we looking for from council members, since we don't want to have a quorum? And I know I'd love to be a part of it too, but I also want to give people the opportunity. So we can't have a member from each board,
Right.
because won't that give us a quorum?
Well, you can have 4. So you could have a professional member from each board. Now,
I'm sorry, Mr. Spinks. I was just going to say, one of the things that we had extensive discussion about in the setup of this board was public members. And so I would make sure that at least one of those is a public member versus all professional members. And I apologize for cutting you off, sir.
No, that's okay. I was just going to say the problem when you start getting, it's like when I talked about earlier, when you start adding more and more people to it, scheduling becomes much more difficult. Like right now, we're having fits trying to get a date set for our ad hoc fee advisory committee, which we've got to get that thing going. But that's difficult because of the sheer number of people involved, finding a common date to get there. So that, to be honest with you, that's my biggest worry on the size of the committee is, and I don't know how you tell some people, well, we're going to go on anyway and have the meeting, once they've been admitted to the committee, they've been on.
I know how to do that.
I feel comfortable doing that.
Okay, well, okay then.
Problem solved. So I've got, I'm not sure if Mr. Francis was volunteering or not.
No, I'm not volunteering.
Okay,
Thank you,
not
though,
volunteering. Okay. I have 3, of Dr. Taylor, Ms. Smith, and Dr. Fletcher.
Why would we not be able to have 4 professional members be on the committee?
I don't know if there would be a prohibition on that because it still have to pass muster with all of us being public members as well. The spirit of BHEC is that it was a majority public member board. But I mean, if we're looking at standardization of rules, I mean, candidly, I feel as a public member maybe less prepared for that conversation than a professional member. Daryl, is there any reason why it couldn't be made up of just professional members?
No, it could be. It's just y'all have to weigh that decision, like what Mr. Francis talked about.
I'm always conscious about the appearance of impropriety, not so much that we will be taking inappropriate actions. And in the setup of this board, it was a really long discussion point about the makeup of public members and professional members, just making sure that it's balanced out by a public member. And that weighed more towards the anti-competitive clause of it than anything else. So like you said, Mr. Spinks, I don't know that it's a problem, but why take the chance of it when we have more than enough people to balance it out?
I'm wondering.
I don't have the bandwidth to do it. Otherwise I would, but.
I'm wondering if we could have the professional members from BHEC and then each professional member select a stakeholder as a public member as well. So you would end up having 8 people on this Standardization Administration Committee. How would that work where you're still balancing out public and professional?
The only thing I would say is a stakeholder is not necessarily the same as a public member. Stakeholder being probably in some sort of professional group. My perspective is definitely not the same as a professional group. And that's okay. And that's fine. And I want their opinion as part of the streamlining process. And whatever the committee comes back with, for all of us who are not in the professions, it'll have to pass muster if we're not on the committee, which is, I do trust that they're going to know that they're going to have to get it past us too. So I trust that the work product will be good. So I've got 3 right now. We need to move. This is a motion and an action, correct, Daryl?
Yes.
Okay, perfect.
Mr. Chair, if I can add one more comment, please. I think
Please.
We just want to be very careful when we talk about identifying stakeholders. And I think we're very appropriate in saying the associate agencies or organizations that we're affiliated with. But I would want us to call out the president or whatever the head of that organization is, the executive director, and allow them to identify who from that body would be on the board versus us identifying any one given individual, because I think that also sets us up for potential failure.
I would agree with that. And I think that if we gave the committee the prerogative to make sure that people are included and no one's excluded from this process. And that's the other problem of just doing it on the fly here. I feel like we'd forget somebody accidentally, and that's not the intention. So if we gave the committee that prerogative, I feel like we would probably achieve that goal.
I mean, candidly, I wouldn't put too many constraints on the committees, the council members the committee members from the council, their ability to select. I would kind of let them do it, because I know in the past I've seen psychology committees built kind of like this. They actually even went outside the associations and snagged somebody who was straight up a member, almost snagged them off the street, type of, to get that level of public input. So,
I mean, if we gave them the prerogative to find their information and input from, in their good judgment, the committee deems in their judgment acceptable. I know that the three that we're talking about already all have good judgment, and that they would seek wise counsel from other interested parties.
who are our three so far? I've got Dr. Taylor, Ms. Smith,
Dr. Fletcher.
Okay.
Yep.
So who are we leaving out? If we've got 3 out of our 4 boards covered, what's the 4th one?
Don't have social work yet.
Okay.
Brian. Yeah.
Right.
He's not here to defend himself, so.
Not here.
So do we just put him
Put
on
them
it?
on, put them on.
Draft them.
Can
We can move whatever we want. So somebody make the motion.
I make a motion to include Brian on the committee. He's not here, so do it.
All right, you guys heard them. And does your motion include Taylor, Smith, and Fletcher as well?
Absolutely.
Okay, it's been moved. Go ahead.
If by some chance Chair Brumley isn't able to serve or chooses not to serve, could we substitute someone else? I don't even know they have to be from the council. If he says, look, I'm going to assign somebody from my board, we can pluck from those boards too.
That would be appropriate.
Yeah.
All right.
That
so
way we don't pin him in.
But can we say that if he can't serve, he can provide the name of someone from his board that he appoints to serve?
Yes.
Okay.
And I would give that authority to all the committee members. That way, if something comes up, life happens. And if something comes up.
Sure.
All right. So to clean up that motion, essentially, any of the nominees can nominate a substitute in their stead. Is that right? All right. So that's the motion. Is there a second?
I'll second. Stephen Hallbauer.
It's been moved and seconded. All in favor by signifying aye.
Aye.
Any opposed, say nay. And without opposition, thank you all for y'all stepping up.
Can I just say something real quick in response to something that Mr. Francis said? I know the 3 of us that are present right now that will be working on this value the input of public members. And so I look forward to being able to report back to this council that there is a good, robust representation of public members who are giving input. I think that's really important. And I know the 3 of us value that. So that will not be overlooked.
Thank you, Dr. Fletcher. Very well said. Moving on to 12. This was
Mr. Chair,
requested by, yes.
I don't want to be the fly in the ointment, but
Do it.
Were there any particular topics that you wanted to make sure were addressed, or do we want to leave that to the committee members to discern as well? Which I think probably the latter is the better way to go, but.
I think that they let them use their good judgment. I think we talked about it on the record of what the intention is for them to look at, especially regarding antitrust. With Mr. Francis's good question starting out. So,
okay,
if you're happy with that, I think that
I am.
think we're good. Okay,
good.
But I'm glad we talked. That's another. To put a period on that, it's a good place to leave that. Councilman Morris had an item requesting here regarding adding a priority rating under 884.10A specifically for complaints involving harm to minors. And I think, Mr. Spinks, do you have something to lead with this, or who's got the ball on this?
Ben, you want me to turn this over to you? And
Sure, I'll get it started, and I appreciate y'all very much. What this stemmed from was with the backlog of cases. My concern with this backlog, how many of those cases involved complaints against with children? How many of the cases involve children? Whether it goes back a year, 2 years, 10 years, whatever. I was just looking for a number, how many, and there might not be any. I don't know. I'd like to find out. I would like to know because of all the great things these boards and this council does. If we don't get anything else right, we protect our children. I don't believe that somebody should, because of the amount of time that something has not been attended to, they should get off, especially if it involves children. I heard the comment, we're going to ride these cases into the ground. If they involve children, yes, sir, ride that horse into the ground. Now, in the here and now, I think, as Daryl pointed out, this boils down to tracking complaint data regarding cases involving children. So my question is how can we make this done looking back and looking forward? And this does this involve a prioritization of these cases when they come in? So in the practical matter of moving forward, Daryl, if you would please help me out here.
Sure. Let me address the issue of whether we're talking about looking at cases retroactively or prospectively. I'll just, the cold hard truth, ladies and gentlemen, is we need to be, if we make any changes here, it needs to be prospective in nature only, not retroactive.
Okay.
I do not have the manpower to go back and re-review all cases and figure out which ones were involved, child allegations, any kind of abuse of child, any kind of allegation of child abuse. So I'm asking y'all, please don't go that way, because that will really slow us down. Now, what can we do prospectively going forward? I know one of the things that had come up before was, do we need to create a different priority system? And right now, the council has 4 different priority levels. Let me just show those to you real quick. They are right here. This is in Rule 884.10. Those are the priorities that we assign to cases coming in. Now, none of them name children specifically, but if we're talking about cases that involve actual physical or imminent harm to a child, it's already going to be a prioritized case under number 1. If we're talking about a case that involves sexual misconduct with the child, or really any individual, it's already going to be covered as a priority 2 type case. One of the things, Patrick, I'm going to let you talk about kind of the concerns that arise out of child abuse allegations and where that falls in. So, but my point being is, if we're talking about imminent physical harm or sexual abuse or exploitation of a child by a provider, those are actually already covered under priority 1 and priority 2. It's just, it doesn't specifically, it's not specifically focused on children. It's just physical harm to anybody or sexual exploitation of anybody. So I don't know that we need to add another priority rating. Now, I think one of the things that you're kind of focusing in on, Mr. Morris, is how are we tracking? How do we know how many complaints involve allegations, where a child is involved? And that I don't know. We don't have any way right now to track that. That having been said, I put an email thread in y'all's packet materials where I asked Jenny that, and Jenny was like, yes, we can add, and Alfonso said we can add an allegation where when a complaint comes in, Alfonso and his staff enter the various allegations that they see in it. We can do that. Now, here's part of the problem. Here's what I want to avoid. My fear is it's a slippery slope argument. If we start adding allegations for different niche complaints, pretty soon we're going to have a list as long as your arm, and it becomes unworkable because staff can't remember. They're like, good Lord, is this a 13-year-old or is this elder? Where I have to select a different kind of allegation, and you get into it, when it becomes unmanageable, the list which you have to select from, the data becomes worthless because it's no longer reliable because you've got too many. It's just unworkable for staff. That's my big fear, and I'll tell you that's not an irrational. It's not a bureaucrat making up an excuse. When stuff came over from HHSC, they had really long lists of stuff to select from, and we've had to pare those down to where it was a manageable list of allegations to work from because it was not really workable with what we had. So I don't want us to go back in that direction. But to answer your question directly, we can create an allegation and put that in versus, so that if a complaint dealt with a child or whatever you wanted to say, child abuse, we could list that as an allegation that would then allow us to track it. What I'm just trying to get everybody to realize is if you do that, you need to have some self-restraint and not just make everything. Don't just start adding everything to that list, because it will become so unworkable after a while that everybody loses because we just won't be able to track it. So
Mr. Smith, why couldn't we just put a note in the notes field, use the word child, and add that word into the notes field, which would allow us to then identify and do searches on anything that's a pending case without creating any separate other lines or any other text titles? Just add the word child to the notes field.
Patrick, is that searchable? Would you run a report?
There's only, my understanding, and I by no means am an expert on the database, but my understanding is typically what we would do is put something in an activities field where we would say, this involves a child. So we're mandatory reporters, and so when a case comes through and it deals with there's allegations of child abuse, I'm making reports to CPS when we have cases like that. We're required by law to do that. We have to do that, and we are doing it. But there'll be documentation in the file that we've sent it to CPS, and that's the appropriate place for them to investigate, get the police involved, because we can't lock up the abuser. But typically, those are dealing with the complainant is talking about their patient, their child was abused by some other third party, not necessarily the licensee themselves. But the point being is, if we are putting those in an activity, it's not a great searchable way in the database for us to find that. We'd have to create a whole nother big sort of subcategory that's searchable in the database. And that's where there's a lot more programming. So to Mr. Francis's question, sort of when you were looking at that list earlier, Mr. Francis, and you saw the last activity, that's just the last time somebody entered it in. But when we run those reports, it's only gonna be the last one. So if somebody made a CPS report, 6 months ago when we got the complaint, that's not going to be the last entry in that activities database. And so there's not a good way that I know of, other than having to create a whole nother category like what Mr. Spinks was talking about, which would probably cause a lot more programming and a lot more legwork on staff, I think.
So you're saying that every successive note overwrites the previous note?
Correct. Yeah.
Okay.
One thing, I guess,
Thank you,
when I heard Councilman Morris's concern, I was like, heck yeah, like that's, you know, the idea that a child case could somehow, a child in distress in a really bad situation could somehow accidentally get booted down on our priority list was my initial concern, until I looked at how we actually categorize them. And I'm less concerned that I don't see I don't see an instance where a kid in distress or a kid in a situation would be low on our list. They're going to be pretty much at the top in any way you slice it. Am I wrong on that?
If there are licensee, they're going to be under the number 1 or number 2, and we're going to make those priorities, and we're going to be going after that particular licensee for what jurisdiction we have. If there's a child abuse in the complaint that's not somebody that we have jurisdiction over, we'll be making a report to CPS. CPS will be involved, and there's not too much we can do other than we report it to CPS or we report it to the appropriate authorities to go after it. From a trackable standpoint, I don't know how exactly that helps us too much, because it's a third party that we don't have necessarily regulatory authority over, but we are doing it. I just don't know what benefit or what help that'll get us.
As far as tracking the data, and I think you just named the possibility of those cases involving reports to CPS. Would that have to be a separate line or a whole separate category, or could that be quickly achieved in case somebody did ask the question, how many of our cases are involving crimes against children?
Ben, are you wanting to, are you trying to focus in and see which cases involve actual child abuse or harm to a child versus just involving a child?
Right now, I'm looking for something that works, either CPS or a complaint against a child, or a complaint against a licensee, up to and including failure to report child abuse.
Now, failure to report, correct me if I'm wrong, Patrick, but that's probably going to be a priority 4 complaint.
It would most likely fall under, we would still, report that to CPS, but it would not be, because the licensee is not causing the harm to the child or to the person. They're not sexually abusing it. It wouldn't be the 1 or the 2. So it would likely be categorized as a 4. Yes.
But we still would have done everything we could have possibly done by reporting it immediately. I mean, again, I'd love to go grab a child abuser, but in terms of BHEC can't go be grabbed. That's not our job.
Right.
Our job is not to enforce. Our job is to report. That's
correct. And it sounds like that's happening without fail right now. And so I guess it would be nice to know how many reports we've made, how often is this happening? But is there any trackable way of how many reports we are making?
Would it help? And I've just heard this as a legal description. And Daryl, to your point, to avoid the problems with, here's a child 16 to 18, 12 to 16, and 4, to avoid that, just the term minor child.
Yeah.
Would minor child include all minors?
Yeah, it would. I guess really my concern here's where my concern stems from. If we do this and we create an allegation where an allegation is a drop-down menu in our system where staff would then go, okay, this is a complaint involving harm to a child. If we do that, and then let's say Dr. Fletcher comes back later on and says, well, now I want to add an allegation for this. And then Chair Hallbauer next meeting says, I want to add an allegation. For long, I'm going to have a list that's 40 allegations long.
Right.
And it may parse things out to such distinction that it's of really no value to us anymore.
Right. And,
Plus
and I totally respect what you're saying. But I think with the priority to safety of children, I think we could decide this is something we need to do, circumspect of other situations.
Patrick, I don't think the system would allow us to track what because we don't enter into the system whenever you and I report to CP. I've had to report to Adult Protective Services. I just did that a couple of weeks ago. Patrick does most of the CPS stuff, but we're not entering that into the database anywhere.
No, I'm printing out receipts of reports and putting it in the particular case files. So there's not, we don't have anything that I'm aware of in the database currently that we could currently enter in. So, I mean, the best we could do is we could speak with Jenny and Alfonso and see how this would be something that could be implemented, but I'm not really sure off the top of my head to make it searchable. I mean, there's a data entries you can put in, but it wouldn't, as an activity, it would not be searchable. So I don't know the answer to how to make it searchable.
And wouldn't this already be, I mean, by the time it gets to BHEC, wouldn't most of these cases already have been reported to CPS? If I'm treating someone and I recognize there's a problem, I have to make a report to CPS myself as a licensee.
Right.
And then I have to report it to my governing board. So by the time we already get it, it's already had a couple of instances where it has been reported. Am I correct in that?
Majority of the time, you're correct. There's instances when I've gotten the case file and I can see no evidence that there's a report been made. And as a mandatory reporter, we still have to report it. And then I get a call from CPS the next day that says, you know, this case was in 2018. Thank you for reporting this. Do you have any evidence that's going on here today in 2021? No, I do not. I only have this case file from 2018. Thank you very much for your report. And they move on. So, you know, but a lot of, we'll get complaints.
So that's where the data would start to become really fuzzy. If we had to have to drop down, is things like that. And so I can really appreciate where your heart is, Mr. Morris. But I think there's some constraints. I think, you know, when you start looking at how many complaints CPS gets and what the percentage is, even on how those are looked at, having us also keep track. It could be like, okay, well, we reported it, but then that was dismissed because it's not ongoing, and this is from this case, and it could become very, our data could be very misleading.
Hey, Brenda.
Go ahead.
Brenda, after the meeting, do me a favor.
Yeah.
Call over to CPS and see if they can provide us. I wouldn't need to know the specifics, but to see if they can just provide us the raw number of reports that BHEC submits to them.
Okay.
That might answer what Mr. Morris is asking about, and you know, we wouldn't have to reinvent the wheel here. If not, and I suspect they won't, it's probably confidential. But if they won't, then I'd have to check with Jenny and Alfonso to see. I don't know that the database can be tooled that way. Really what you're talking about is a checkbox or something in the database where you would tick it to say CPS or APS report submitted, and then that would be trackable so that Jenny could run a report and we would be able to tell you in this quarter or in this fiscal year, we submitted 32 reports to CPS or APS. That's kind of what you're looking for, right, Mr. Morris?
That would be awesome. That would be, I think, working, being circumspect, but at the same time, looking out for children.
Yeah, I don't know that we can do it, but let me run that to ground and see.
Yeah, I would like something workable, especially in the face of the backlog. It has to be workable. It has to be manageable. But I think that's something that I think I've heard the expression "send the message." I think that would send a very powerful message. And I appreciate you also mentioning APS because from the time when I was serving on the executive council to the commissioner for Family and Protective Services, I rode with APS, I rode with CPS, and as a school counselor, I was one of those people that made reports repeatedly. And so you mentioned two very very viable entities, and that was people involved in CPS and people involved in APS. And that's our two most vulnerable segments of our population, is the very young and the very old. And through all of our meetings, repeatedly, I see groups of people with representation. They're being represented here. And this group calls and raises hell about this over here. They didn't like the way this was done over here. What I would like to see is a voice for the children. And I think that's, if BHEC doesn't do anything else right, we need to get that right.
I just want to add one thing. I also support Mr. Morris's what he's attempting to do and the message that I think we never hear enough. So I'm glad it's brought up again. My concern is that the data what is the data going to tell us? And if we lump all data where children are involved in any allegation or complaint, my concern is that every child custody evaluation complaint would be included in that statistic, and those may be very different than ones that are about abuse. And so my worry is we would have this data that says children were involved in X amount of complaints, but there's so much diversity in that my concern is it would misrepresent the information we're providing. And I just think that's important when we look at collecting any piece of data, what it tells us. And it may not tell us, I think, what we're all would support Mr. Morris's intention.
That's a very good point.
My main concern when I saw this on the agenda was like, again, oh my gosh, is there a way that there's a kid in harm's way that is not a priority through some bureaucratic prioritization process that we have? And however, by looking at our prioritization, it doesn't seem like there's a way that a kid, it's something that falls within our jurisdiction. It doesn't seem like there's any way that would be a low priority, going to be at the top of our list. And so that makes me feel good.
Yeah.
But yeah, and I'll just add one more thing to piggyback on that. We still have public comments that will be made today as part of this meeting, and we all have heard public comments from individuals who have concerns because they haven't felt heard by a lot of those agencies. And I want to be really careful about what our role is, because I know as a council member, it's hard to, I'll speak for myself, it's hard to hear public comments where somebody's asking us to do something that's out of the scope of what we can do. Personally, we would love to do something, but as members of this council, we are incredibly limited. And I think that gets misinterpreted a lot by the public because they haven't been able to get what they would perceive as resolution from the court system, from CPS, and from other agencies, and they don't understand what they perceive as a non-response from us. So I get concerned about any impression where we're saying one child is more important than another, or one form of an allegation of abuse gets more attention than another. So in the scope of our role, I know it's important to make sure that we're not misleading the public with any information we're providing, that we can do more than the governor has tasked us to be able to do. So
yeah, we're not law enforcement.
Yeah,
we're not the legislature. We're not the court. Yeah, totally.
Thanks for saying that, Dr. Flesher. I feel the same way when I hear people making public comments, and legally we're not allowed to engage in a discussion when we're listening to them, and it becomes like, when that's what we're trained to do, is to interact and take action. And so I appreciate you bringing that up so the public can really hear what we can and what we can't do.
It sounds like, Mr. Spinks, you're going to look at what is the scope of what we can do in the database, if we have any options to track this in a way that is meaningful, and it can give us some meaningful data back, versus just lumping everything together and having data that could either be meaningless or completely misinterpreted.
Right.
Does that sound accurate?
Yes. What I'll do is I'll visit with Jenny and Alfonso after this, and then I'll leave this agenda topic on for the next agenda and just report back what I find.
I think the biggest thing that I'd like to see is, can you track it in a way that is not reinventing the wheel,
Yeah.
And it actually gives us meaningful data. And if we can't achieve that, it's better to know that we're taking care of cases that where harm is and making sure that they're not getting lost in the mix. So this has been a really good conversation, and I appreciate the topic from Mr. Morris.
You know, I don't know that this is necessarily something for the Standardization Committee, but I mean, all of you could take this back to your boards. It may be that you need to revisit what your schedule of sanctions says about failure to report abuse and see what's the level of punishment that we have assigned to that, and make sure that is commensurate with the importance of the duty to report. Honestly, I can't remember off the top of my head what the schedule of sanctions say for the various boards, but
I would think, Mr. Morris, you would be supportive of us reevaluating possibly at the individual board members level that what those sanctions are, because maybe that is part of how we make a statement about that and protecting children. It's one other way we could possibly do that.
Absolutely. The dialogue is going in the right direction. The trend is right. And again, the way that enforcement is done now versus before BHEC weighed in, I totally support. Enforcement is so much more concise, and I appreciate everything that Patrick and you guys are doing. How in the world 5 attorneys take on all that was handed to them is amazing to me. So I do appreciate your effort and appreciate this dialogue.
Good. Thank you, Mr. Morris. Moving on to point number 13, discuss methods and processes for conducting regular reviews of the executive director's job performance. I'll lead this off and things that I think have gone well from the psychology board is that and things that I think we could do better. I think the things that we did well on this is that we independently all go do our own, essentially a worksheet of different questions, and we graded our executive director on those items. We did it all independently, and then we got a member of staff, got them all back together, compiled it into a score that essentially gave us give executive director comments, feedback, both good and constructive. The interesting thing that I found, my takeaway as one of the members, is that it was interesting to see the comments. Sometimes you'd see 1 or 2 comments that were maybe a little bit different or a little different impression on a certain item than the rest of us. And while I didn't always agree with each of those statements, it was I think an accurate reflection of the board's impression of the executive director's performance. And it was obvious that we didn't just sit around a table and have a whole lot of group think and give a grade that was maybe less meaningful. That independentness of it I thought was good. I think that with something like SurveyMonkey, it would make it a lot easier to put it together, easier for us to actually give that feedback. So that's been my experience. I would be curious if anybody, what other feedback or ideas that we have to grade our executive director, what the board would propose.
John, this is a question, please.
Yes, sir.
Do we have the standards or the roles and responsibilities as they were initially outlined for the executive director to ensure that we have as much objectivity in the process as possible in evaluating them against that?
I think I would go back to their job description, the original job description. That would be, I think, the touch point for that. Other than that, I don't know of any other standard laid out.
Okay, because the job description isn't always the same as roles and responsibilities for an individual. When you see people write job descriptions because they're trying to hire somebody, that sometimes can be very different than what the role actually is or turns out to be. And I would ask our executive director, Daryl, do you have a document that outlines your roles and responsibilities? And if not, then it's something that we probably need to work on also going forward.
No, I don't. We have a policy that talks about the distinction between the council and staff. You can kind of infer some things from that policy, but nothing like what you're talking about.
Okay, I would ask that we add that to a future agenda, please, that we identify the roles and responsibilities for the executive director. I think it adds clear direction for, in that case, our executive director, and it adds ability for us to define their performance on an objective level. So,
yep. Yeah, I think it'll be important. I think that's really good. And I think that if we get our heads together as a board and put the items that we believe are important to, is the executive director doing his or her job or not? I think that'll be good on a moving forward basis. I think for the initial evaluation, I think that for me, I think that we ought to refer to probably the job description and then also our own impressions. There's been a whole lot of moving parts that Mr. Spinks has had to deal with, and we take that into consideration, especially in this first review. But then on a moving forward basis, we can have those roles and responsibilities as a clear segment maybe of the review of what feedback we're giving him. I think also I do think my impression of the board is that we all have enough communication with Mr. Spinks that if whatever we're going to give him on his performance review, I doubt there's going to be a whole lot on there that's a surprise, because I do feel like there's a lot of good two-way communication there. So does anyone have any other ideas other than like SurveyMonkey or how this thing should be, organized?
I would just add that, real quick, that
Go ahead.
For the psychology board, when we've done this before, we included staff. And I know in the board material, in the materials we read for this meeting today, we saw the consideration that right now we may not want to include the staff for BHAC only because there's so much changeover and there has not been a very long working relationship. And so I would just offer that I think that it might be premature to include staff at this point. I think the real value will be from council members, at least initially, when what we're doing, and the possibility of including staff at a later time when those positions are more established. Because right now, in a very pleasant way, we see positions are being created and they have not been there very long.
I agree with that.
Dr. Fletcher, one of the things that we might consider is looking at staff that has been there after a certain period of time, because I do think that feedback from as many different possibilities and directions is better, so that we can look at the individual from a holistic perspective versus just from a board perspective. Because, and not talking about necessarily Executive Director Spinks, but in the business world, I might be able to manage up incredibly well, but my management down or my management sideways might not be nearly as equal. And unless I hear that feedback or I see that feedback from other individuals, then that's never called out. And so I leave a lot of dead bodies in my wake when I accomplish something versus bringing people in and making it more inclusive. So that's just something my board has taught me.
I'll say this, I don't disagree with what you're saying there, Mr. Francis. I think it is clear. I think something is important though. I would appreciate feedback from staff on what our executive director is doing, but in terms of including it in the review, Mr. Spinks works for us. I mean, he's hired and fired by the board. And I know from my experiences in my business experience and running my companies that if I were evaluated by those who worked for me, they may not always agree with everything I done. And it doesn't mean that I did a bad job. It means that if everybody likes the boss may not be doing their job. So I'm not afraid to hear if somebody ever gripes about Mr. Spinks. I'm not afraid to hear it and take it with a grain of salt, but I don't necessarily want gripes, going into the score without going through the filter of us first.
Agreed. And I think that feedback needs to come through us. It's just a component of the review. It is not the review. And it's not something that I would want to go directly to Executive Director Spinks, because I would want to scrub names from it so that the components of it that are important for the building of him is there, but not necessarily things that we agree as you would say, you would take with a grain of salt that don't matter, or someone who has an
And-
axe to grind.
And if you want staff to be honest with you, we have to be that filter and know that it isn't going past us and it's going straight back to him. So whatever the mechanical process is, either through survey, I don't know all the anonymous ways that we could do this, but any way that we can guarantee confidentiality, if we are going to solicit feedback from staff, from us, that they're not going to hear about it from their boss or anywhere else, but it's simply for us to help do our job as board members better. I think that would be great. I don't know how to do that though. So anybody who has ideas on how to do that anonymously.
Sir, it's easy.
Okay,
When we did it at TSBP, all the staff input was completely anonymous.
Okay.
Yeah, it's easily done.
Good.
So the only difference that I would have with what you said, John, is that that feedback would come to us instead of some member of the organization. So I recognize that puts a burden on one of the individuals on this call, but I think it's important that we keep it at the highest level possible to maintain the integrity of that data and that information.
Well, since Chair Conseco isn't here, I'm going to draft her to
I
receive
love the
that.
idea. You have a vote from me.
So I'm
Great.
never going to miss a meeting. I'm just saying. Never.
Look what happened to Brian now.
I know.
Our chair.
I think it would be. It
It'll
would
be known as
appropriate.
Bloody Tuesday from here on out.
So are we suggesting that a separate survey monkey be done among the staff that could be done anonymously? That information is given to one person, which would be the chair, and then that person presents the information as a whole about what the trend is or
Yeah.
the items are that are important.
Yeah, I think that would be good.
And I'm
And
not
I think. Go ahead.
I was just going to say, I'm not necessarily suggesting that Chair Conseco has to go through each and every piece of that data. I mean, she might have 3 people on a committee to assist her in doing that. What I am suggesting is that the appropriate level is to come through the board for the collection of that data and not any other party. So
I like the idea of being able to tell staff though it's going to Chair Conseco and nowhere else, and and to the board members that Chair Conseco will perhaps share this information to discuss with.
There's a logistical problem with that in that I have the only Survey Monkey account.
Well, we're gonna have to change that.
Yeah. So, okay. All right. I'll
We'll have
talk to the
figure that
CFO
out.
about that.
Yeah, let's figure that out. And
I can change his password, John.
Okay, good. Lock him out. No, we could. This is probably not the right place to figure out all the logistics, but it sounds like if we can work on. I'm going to say if we volunteer the TSBEP framework of how those questions were sort of done, then we need to figure out what kind of metrics do we want to change on there, either take away either by addition or subtraction. What are those metrics that we're going to be evaluating Mr. Spinks on, and then adding a component for staff feedback that filters through the board and does not, where there's some firewalls of anonymity to the people who are answering those surveys.
And let me also communicate that a lot of work went into what those questions were with TSBEP.
Mm-hmm.
And so it isn't based on what Mr. Spinks chooses as his tie choice. Although I'm not saying there's anything wrong with it, Mr. Spinks, at all. But it is that I was really impressed with how performance-based they were, how relationship-based those questions were. And I have participated in organizations as the administrator of a 360 evaluation before. And I just was really pleased that it was valuable information to the point we were making earlier about what do we do with the data. I think it was valuable information all the way around. It wasn't just a kumbaya session. And so I just want to alert everyone that it was pretty well developed, always could have some adjustments to it, but you're not starting from scratch.
Yeah, I'm glad you said that, because we did work hard on that. And the metrics for BHEC are probably not the same as TSBEP, but it is a really good framework to start from. Great. I don't think we need any action on that specifically right now. Is that correct? No motions or anything. We've got some guidance given on getting SurveyMonkey set up, but
George, there's no time frame. typically you would evaluate me on an annual basis. We're already past that 1 year mark.
Then there is then there is an urgency around it, because I know I don't want my boss missing my annual review. I think that's important feedback on how I'm performing and what I need to do differently and what I need to learn, or what am I doing well. So I would say that there's an urgency around it, and that we have actions taken before our next meeting.
There's no statutory requirement is what I'm saying, though. You're not statutorily, but yeah.
But yeah, we do need to get on it.
Yeah, I mean, this is gonna require a vote. If y'all are wanting to use TSBEP's framework, like what's in the meeting materials there, then yeah, you're gonna need to vote to utilize those.
Okay.
And then if you want to use staff input, I think I've given you the staff input, the anonymous survey that we sent out to staff at TSBEP as well. That was something I think that Dr. Palomares and maybe Dr. Fletcher worked on, as well as developing that staff questionnaire.
Could we just reuse that staff questionnaire for our feedback, essentially, because that's already totally anonymous, correct?
Yes, yeah, you set that to where it doesn't doesn't collect any information that could be identifying on it.
Mr. Chairman, I would make a motion that we have our board chair be the head of the committee to evaluate our executive director, with 2 individuals of her selection to help formulate that, and to pull together that information, to have a, oh my gosh, what is the name of the session? A closed session at our next board meeting to discuss the annual review of our executive director. So I apologize.
If it's 3 people, we wouldn't need a closed session. They would, because that wouldn't be a quorum.
No, he's talking about in the open meeting, in the next regular meeting, you do discuss personnel evaluations or issues in executive session. Yeah.
Okay, understood. There you go. Okay.
I apologize for the wordiness. Do you need me to recite that, to repeat that?
I'm taking notes, because I'm gonna have to communicate this to Chair, or we can just like put her back to this point in the meeting when we have it on video. But say it again.
So the motion is to have Chair Canseco chair the executive director's annual evaluation, along with 2 other people of her choice, to formulate that information and to formulate the report, to be presented at the overall board in a closed session at our next meeting.
I think I've got good enough notes to convey that to her. Members, you've heard the motion. Is there a second?
Ms. Janine Smith, I second it.
It's been moved and seconded to appoint Chair Canseco essentially to chair the executive director's review committee, with 2 people of her choosing to come back and present overall to the rest of us. All in favor signify by saying aye.
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 Any opposed say nay. And the ayes have it. Thank you for that motion. Thank you for that discussion to all. It was very productive. Moving on to 14, discuss future meeting dates for the next biennium. Daryl, help me out, because I don't have that. I don't have that up yet. I'm getting back to it. There you go. Thank you.
Hey, Daryl, wanted to make a comment on this, if you don't mind. Y'all can see right there, LPC is going to meet on this Friday. What we've discovered is that it's tough having this meeting and the board meeting in the same week. And so I request that when we have proposed meetings in the future, if there's a choice between moving it out of a week that LPC and frankly any of the other boards, because I think it's fair that they would feel the same way. Anytime we have a chance to where we don't have something set, can we move it off of a week to where the board is also meeting? I identified that February 2nd, 22, or sorry, February 1st of 22, that would be a preference, because the 8th runs into a problem with both Psych and LPC later on that week. And then also down at the bottom, if we could go with August 23rd to 22 instead of the 30th, because that would keep it from conflicting with LPC on September 2nd. It's just a request. If those dates are not set and there's no other reasons to not have them on those dates, it's just a request to kind of break everything up off having two of these meetings in the same week.
There will also, November 2nd is the week of TCA. So that's going to be a little bit of a challenge for the LPC board members.
Where are you at?
2021. So we have
Oh, up there.
10/26,
Oh, right here.
10/26.
Okay, so the October date would be better.
Yeah, that's just TCAs that week, so I know it's going to be a challenge.
Janine, is that correct that there's not another board until 7/23 for MFT? For some reason, I thought there was another date in there. You're on, Janine.
Yeah, we just had one, George, on April 16th.
Yep.
So our next meeting isn't until July the 23rd. That's correct.
Seems like. Let me get that off here. Brenda,
Yes, sir.
was there the social work board meeting? Well, I don't think it's going to matter. I think that's actually, never mind. It's not going to matter.
Daryl,
Do we have
on the most updated calendar, you have that June 4th social work board marked out and scheduled with July 9th.
July 9th. Okay, yeah, and that's correct. Yeah. I should say I thought I had an error on that meeting right there, but I wasn't too worried about it because it doesn't conflict with anything else.
So Daryl, we're gonna have to adopt this. Is that correct?
Yes.
Okay, so can you get us to a point, or are we at a point with this? Yeah, get us to a point where we can.
I need you to select one of these meeting dates right here.
We don't want to do it. If we don't want to do it, is May 24th, 19th, is that in the same week?
Shouldn't be.
Hang on.
The only reason I gave you these dates is that way we could have a good flow of having the board meetings and then having the council meetings. That way we're not calling special meetings to discuss rules or things like that.
We have to try to plan out, because remember, when the rule is proposed, it only stays on the vine for 6 months before it dies. And if we don't get our meetings timed just right, we have to call special meetings.
Right. So I'm sorry. So we're picking of 2022. Is that right?
Correct.
Hang on. Let me get to my calendar. May 2022.
It's the following week.
Mm-hmm.
Okay. Then let's do it the following week.
So May 2022.
Unless anyone wants to argue with me.
Well, the only thing is you've got 2 psychology meetings before we have a VHEC meeting.
Wait, 2 psychology.
Good point.
We have one on the 10th of February.
So we'd want to have it on the 17th then.
Yeah.
Well, I think there might be a misprint there, guys. It doesn't have LPC on that one. It's psychology twice.
No.
Oh, but no, I see.
LPC
Okay.
hasn't. Yeah.
Okay, so real quick. So if we're going to do it to the 17th, we've got psychology on the, what is the psychology before that one? Is that the 10th?
The night
10th.
Psychology is on the 19th, 2 days later. And then back.
do we, okay, so with how we've moved around ISCs, does it not make sense to do it the day before? Because we wouldn't have ISCs the day before, would we?
No, not necessarily, because we're not doing ISCs the day before meetings anymore. We're doing them on an ad hoc basis as we need them.
So is there not a way we could do it on the 8th? If we proposed instead of the 17th, do it on the 18th and have the psychology board meeting the next day? Or is that killing y'all with back-to-back meetings?
No, we could do that. Diane, I'm not seeing any conflict on the calendar. I can't.
It should be good.
Good, okay. So you want to look at doing May 18th?
Yes, yeah, and then we'll do psychology the next day.
Okay. And then you got to select from these dates over here on the right.
I don't have much of a preference that far out. Anybody else?
So you guys can pick because they haven't set their meetings yet, so.
Brenda, there's no
Zero.
date set in November of 2022. We got a typo here. Is it-
Okay. It would be, hold on just a minute.
It's going to be November 1st, isn't it?
Hold on.
22,
Yes,
that's
November
a
1st.
Tuesday.
It would be 1st. You're correct, Joe.
Dr. Taylor, is that likely to be TCA in 2022?
Oof, that I have no idea.
Okay.
I don't think
If I had to pick between the two, is there any reason we wouldn't want to do it on the 25th of October?
No reason that, nothing from our perspective that I can see.
I'd rather be at home trick-or-treating with my kids on the 31st, so the 25th would be my preference. If all things are equal.
Come on, who are we kidding? You just want the candy. Don't put your kids in it. You just want the candy.
Not gonna lie, not gonna argue with that either.
Okay. Next group.
131 or 27. Anybody have a preference here?
January 31st for no other reason than it's kind of matching up with what we did on the other side.
Let's do that. Any preference on May 16th or May 23rd?
I would
I would-
prefer the 23rd if possible.
I was going to say, I'd almost recommend the 23rd. That's going to be closer to sine die for the 88th legislature.
Let's do that.
And the 16th is World Whiskey Day, so we have priorities over here.
Yeah. Yeah, it would be kind of worthless.
The LPC board takes that day off.
All right, so August 15th and the 22nd. Any preferences? I have no preference.
None for me.
You want to say the 22nd?
Sure.
I would just offer from experience, that's around the time school starts for a lot of people. I have no idea what it'll look like in 23, but I know for me, my son left for college during a board meeting we had around that time. So I'm just offering that for those of you that want to consider that. The 15th.
Would the 15th would be better?
I'm just offering that I think the earlier date is less likely to coincide with school starting.
Let's do that. Thank you for that suggestion, Dr. Fletcher.
And then can I confirm that May 18th, 2022 is a Wednesday, not a Tuesday? Or am I in the wrong year?
You are correct. It is a Wednesday.
Okay. I'm perfectly fine with that. I just,
That was one where y'all went off script on us.
right.
All right, so we've got our dates set. Is there a motion to approve?
I so move.
It's been moved.
And
That was Dr.
second it.
Taylor.
Yeah, but
And seconded. All in favor signify by saying aye.
I
Aye.
Any opposed, say no. The ayes have it. Thank you for that good work on setting those dates. Report from member boards regarding current or future issues that may impact profession or agencies' regulatory functions. Who wants to start?
I'll go.
Very good.
It makes sense because LPC board is meeting on Friday. You got a
There we go.
We've got a lengthy agenda. One of the things that we will be tackling, we're going to consider a rule change that would allow LPC associates to own an independent practice and conduct direct billing. And another thing that's on our agenda that I think BHEC should be aware of, we did let Executive Director Spinks know that LPC board was tentatively on board with the possibility of joining the Interstate Counseling Compact. We've given the go-ahead on that to explore that. It is a statutory change and we are too late for this current legislative session. So we're thinking, just like setting our meeting dates, we're thinking 2 years out, looking at the next legislative session. We're going to need sponsors. And by that time, we will definitely have a definitive position on it. But LPC board has said that it is something that we're interested in exploring. Dr. Taylor, anything to add with that?
no, that sums it up. Thank you.
Okay, thank you.
I'm happy to go next. Janine Smith with the MFT board. And our last meeting was April the 16th. We discussed some tweaks to our jurisprudence exam. We also developed an outreach committee so that we can take questions and be able to give talks to our members around the state so that they don't have to wait and just listen to our board rules, that we can give them information in a quicker and a timely manner. So we're going to be working on that. We also agreed to look at the potential of the compact as well. And so that's going to be coming up. And our biggest thing, I think, is determining what's going to be happening around telehealth for us, not only with allowing our associates to potentially count more hours on telehealth, make supervision different. So we'll be looking at more questions concerning our telehealth hours.
Very good. Dr. Fletcher, do you want to do psychology?
Yeah, I think my internet connection is a little bit unstable, and I'm going to blame it on my dog earlier for disconnecting me. So I apologize. Yeah, we had a changing of the guard, and Mr. Belamowicz is our chair for the Texas State Board. So we're very pleased by that. We have a few new board members. Also, we, as Mr. Spinks mentioned earlier, are beginning to do the ISCs as an ad hoc committee. The first time we're doing that is this Friday. We also have a board member next Thursday. And we also had some discussion about SIPACT, which we're very excited about, that 16 states are now participating. 5 are soon to be effective, and 11 are pending legislation. So that's very exciting as it relates to telehealth and permission to be able to operate from different states in other states. So that's it, unless, John, you want to add anything?
No, you did very well. Thank you.
Hey, Daryl, since the boards all have consideration of joining these PACs in common, is there something that at our level that we should kind of be coordinating on this?
Not that I can think of. Psychologists is already in place, and theirs is just continuing to grow. Y'all are probably the furthest along in terms of the development of up and coming compacts that counseling is, because I think it's already written. Compact is already written. Social work is still in the development phases of it. That social work, I'm trying to think. Ideally, if you could get somebody on whatever that committee or group is that develops the compact, that's ideally what you want, because that's how you get, once the compact is established, the language is set, nobody can change it, can't ever be changed. So if you can get in on the front end, that's always good.
Okay.
And MFT is so early on in the process. I don't know what to do there yet, but we're kind of hamstrung or very limited in what we can do because we can't lobby. We can only serve as resources and let the ledge know, hey, here's how it will benefit things if you were to do it.
Okay, thank you.
Who do we miss?
Social work. And since Chair Brumley's here, that means Mr. Morse is up to bat.
Main thing I have to report, we've had some new members come on, very excited to be working with them. Be glad to have them on board. They're highly qualified, they're very motivated, so that's always a good combination.
Love it. Very good. I don't think we've forgotten anybody. Brings us to 16 recommendations for agenda items for the next council meeting. Anybody have anything we want to put on the agenda for the meeting that we haven't already discussed? All right. Are we doing good, or do we need to take a quick break before we jump into public comment real quick? I'm ready to keep going if we are.
John, the only thing I had a question on this, Janine Smith, and I don't know if it's on agenda item, but we've identified 3 people to be on the standardization, but we haven't identified when do you start meeting, who's leading that kind of information. Do we need to put that as an agenda item for next month? How do we go about this now?
That's a great question. I think I'm glad we're talking about it now. I think we can put an agenda item and leave it to the members of the committee to decide when to meet and update us with where you are next meeting. Daryl, anything you'd add to that?
Yeah, what we'll do, Janine, is Patrick and I are going to set up a Zoom meeting with all of you after this, and we'll kind of get a game plan together, and y'all start telling us who you want to consider as the stakeholder, the invited stakeholders. And then once we get that established, we'll get those invites sent out. Then we can have kind of an organizational meeting with everybody, and we can go through the stuff that we have to go through in an organizational meeting, and then actually start the work of it. And then, of course, we can keep an ongoing. Sometimes I don't like putting standing agenda items on there, because if the committee doesn't have anything to report, I hate just wasting time saying, well, we don't have anything to report, but it's totally up to y'all. I mean, any one of you, if any one of you says, I want this on the agenda, then it's on the agenda. It's just that simple. That doesn't have to come from the chair.
Thank you. I wanted to know what our marching orders were, and I want to just leave it hanging out there. So thank you.
You bet.
Good clarifying question.
Mr. Chair, we'll put a meeting or an agenda item on the ad hoc fees committee. Should that be placed on for the next one?
We can put that on there.
I got to get that committee together. We've got to get it going.
We'll put it on the agenda and hopefully have something to report.
I'm curious, George, Mr. Francis, if you would want to, because I think your earlier questions about how do we drill down to give data that is meaningful and actually gives a clearer picture. If there is some form, do we need to put that back on the agenda and have that a little bit more fleshed out to discuss how those measures would be reached? Or do you want to just drop that?
No, I assure you, I don't want to just drop it.
I didn't think so, since that never happens. But
so the plan was this. I was going to ask Executive Director Spinks to set up time with me based upon his availability. Ideally in the next month, because I'm going to be changing my work location. So I'm going to be out of a different time zone for just a couple of weeks there. And then look at how to compare that information on either a month-to-month or quarterly basis. And we can bring that back. I wasn't thinking that it had to be an agenda item because it sits typically on the executive director's report. And so, but let's just call it out specifically. That's probably the cleaner, better way to do it. Thank you for that.
All right. All right, hearing no further suggestions, are we good to go into public comment? Or does anybody need a 5-minute break? Otherwise, we can keep trucking.
We'd sure like to have a 5-minute break.
All right, let's do a 5-minute break. It is 12:47 right now, so we'll be back at 12:52. It is 12:52. It is 12:52, and yep, we do have a quorum present. We're going into item 17, public comments. So before we get
just 1 second, John. Yeah, we don't have a quorum yet.
Oh, we don't?
No.
1, 2, 3.
Now you do.
Okay. 12:52, and we do have a quorum now. We're ready to go. Going into item 17, public comment. I want to reiterate to the public what this is for and really what it's not for. This is the time for the public to address the board on kind of what's on your mind, whether or not we invest it today or not. What it's really not for is for anything that, especially having to do pertaining with investigations or things, well, I'll just say investigations. It is not helpful to have, this is not where you plead your case. When you put everything out on the public record, for all of us, it makes our job more difficult in actually investigating a lot of these things. So I'll just preface that with that. The time is limited to 3 minutes, and we ask that you respect that, to respect everybody's time here, including the other members of the public who are waiting to speak. The logistics of this, if you'll raise your hand, Daryl will get to you. Daryl, if I've missed anything there?
No, sir. If you raise your hand, I'll move you over to where you can talk. Those of you that are calling in, if you want to give public comment, we'll get to you at the very end. I'll unmute you and you'll be able to give public comment at that point.
And right now, I think we only have one, it looks like, on the phone. So we'll get to that person at the end.
Okay. First up is going to be Sandra Martin. Ms. Martin, do you have public comments you'd like to give?
Yes, I do. Can you hear me?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. Well, I just wanted, good afternoon, first of all, council members. I just wanted to applaud the sort of soon coming work of the Standardization Committee. Part of my job, I'm governmental liaison for Christian Counselors of Texas. And part of that job is to approve for our chapter presidents CE credits and presentations and presenters, and whether or not their planned presentations will meet the standard, because we know that BHEC is going to be doing the auditing. Lurking in the shadows of doing that job for them is the fact that we don't really know. We don't really know what the criteria are going to be, what the standards are going to be. So I've kind of been making guesses according to history. So I know that that decision about criteria for CEs is probably in a distant future. Nevertheless, it is something I can hand to them and say, yes, that is coming. For now, we're working with the notes of history, and we're sure that will come together at some point in time. So thank you for beginning that work of standardization. It's really important for our continuing education credits that we don't lose any in the process. So thank you, and appreciate the work that you do. You work hard and you work for free. So thank you very much.
Thank you. Thank you for your comments.
You're welcome.
Okay. And Patrick, are you keeping track of the time? Okay.
I'm helping out on time too.
Okay.
You want me to give a warning or just say 3 minutes?
I think a 1 minute and 30 second would be probably helpful to those speaking.
Okay.
Ms. Silver, do you have public comments you'd like to make? Melinda Silver?
Has she muted herself maybe?
No, she's not muted. She's not coming through. Ms.
Maybe
Silver,
we can come back to her.
yeah, it was her say, we'll come back, or you might try calling in on the telephone and we can get you that way.
We won't let her get away without trying again.
Ms. Karsagi, do you have public comments you'd like to make? Alyssa Karsagi?
I can see that her icon is muted from my end.
Going once, going twice.
Well, did she unmute right at the end?
I don't know. If Ms. Karsagi, if you unmuted at the end, go ahead and raise your hand again. We'll get back to you. Ms. Jackson, did you have public comments you'd like to make?
I do. I want to introduce myself. My name is Beth Jackson. I am taking over for Jason Martin and representing TAMFT. I will be the liaison to your group as well as the board for MFTs. So I'll be attending these meetings in the future for as long as I'm going to be able to. I really enjoy the process, and I really enjoy all of y'all taking such hard work and representing all of us. So I'll be seeing you guys.
Ms. Jackson, could you send me an email to the general email inbox at BHEC? Just kind of give that way I have your email address.
Yes,
you're now
sure.
the liaison. Okay.
Sure.
I appreciate it. Jennifer, do you have public comments you'd like to make?
Yes, can you hear me?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, first I want to thank you so much to the board and all the liaisons and all the work that you do. I'm just impressed. This is my first meeting. I've been in LPC for the past 26 years, so thank you very much. I do have a recommendation for renewals. Can you let the all the LPCs know on the renewal card that they will not receive a confirmation, that they should check the search for licensee to verify that they've been processed, especially since we don't receive a renewal card, and there's no phone number to contact. I renewed last month and was waiting, and I finally checked that. I didn't know to check that. I know this morning you said that to let everybody know, but I think if you just added that little line on the LPC card to let them know that they've been approved or processed, it would really save some angst and also some phone calls and emails that might go your way. I know you all are already overwhelmed and have a lot of work to do, but I think this would speed up, or I guess just solidify help for us licensees. I'm good for another 2 years now, and I just kept checking, but at first I didn't know. I tried to call. I called the TCA board. I wasn't sure how to find out. So I just started checking to search for licensee, and it popped up. Another option, I know our system's antiquated, but if we do get it updated, perhaps the minute that a person was approved, it goes straight to that search for licensee, but perhaps that there could be a bounce back to the licensee stating you've been processed and approved. I know that's not feasible right now, but at some point that might be. So thank you. Appreciate it, all you do.
Thank you. Mr. Craig, did you have public comments you'd like to make?
Yes, there's actually two of us here. We'd both like to make our 3-minute comment if you don't mind, please. So we'll start with Wanda Patrick first.
Okay. Can you hear me?
Yes, ma'am.
My name is Wanda Patrick, and I'm no stranger to speaking at BHEC meetings. Once again, I'm asking BHEC to take action against custody evaluator Dr. Kim Arredondo for her multiple rules violations and several complaints. We would like to know what steps BHEC has taken in order to address the specific complaints against Dr. Kim Arredondo and what other actionable evidence is needed. My son, Shane Patrick, who has spoke before this board and TSBEP, has been devastatingly affected by the actions of Dr. Kim Arredondo and the deliberately faulty custody evaluation that she completed concerning my family. It's been almost 2 years, since I filed my formal complaint, which has several hundred pages with irrefutable evidence proving that Dr. Kim Arredondo's faulty custody evaluation is filled with opinions, not facts. This deliberately faulty custody evaluation has led to my son being placed in the hands of his abuser and in the hands of his said abuser. My son has been sexually exploited. There is irrefutable evidence of the sexual exploitation, which was allowed to happen not only in the care of, but under the roof of my son's abuser. My son is now in counseling for PTSD as a result of the above abuses and sexual exploitation. Mr. Ben Morris, thank you for your input. To answer your question, many complaints involve horrible abuses of children, including mine. To the best of my knowledge, neither BHEC nor TSBEP have reported my son Shane's abuses, which they have ample evidence of. We all, speaking here today, are concerned about the safety and well-being not only of my son Shane Patrick, but of the 2 young Corsagi boys who have not seen their mother in almost a year. And at least in part as a result of Dr. Kim Arredondo and what she has done. And in conclusion, we must demand that the BHEC adhere to their statutory requirement that, quote, clusters of complaints, end quote, against an individual practitioner are collectively reviewed in addition to being processed as individual complaints, so the pattern the public has noticed may properly be addressed. Thank you for your time and the opportunity to speak today.
Mr. Craig?
Yes, sir. Thank you so much for the opportunity to speak as well. My name is Jim Craig, and I too have spoken numerous times at BHEC and TSBEP meetings in regards to custody evaluator Dr. Kim Arredondo. I concur with everything that you've heard here today so far, and we'll also be hearing about Dr. Kim Arredondo and her many violations, including, but not limited to, the production of intentionally faulty custody evaluations. I can say this because I have personally read several of her custody evaluations and have seen massive evidence contrary to her findings. Over the past 2 years, I've been able to get to know some of the families attached to these custody evaluations, and I found these families to be the exact opposite of what Dr. Kim Arredondo states in her custody evaluations. I've also recently sat in on a meeting where a peer of Dr. Arredondo, who has reviewed the custody evaluation involving Shane Patrick, specifically states that this is no custody evaluation. It's an opinion piece, she said. She then goes into great detail about what a custody evaluation is and what can and cannot be included in a custody evaluation. As she was going through Dr. Arredondo's custody evaluation involving Shane Patrick, she continued to say, this is not a custody evaluation. She can't put this in a custody evaluation over and over and over again. She continued by stating this, her shock that BHEC has not taken action against Dr. Arredondo. And she states that that BHEC also knows that this is not a true custody evaluation. It's so after almost 2 years, I know firsthand that the only official response and communication on Wanda Patrick's complaint is a letter stating that the investigation has been extended for another year. This is unacceptable. We need more communication. I have a question for the board. As mandated reporters, has this board reported to CPS or APS the abuses of Shane Patrick and the 2 Karsagi boys, of which you have in your possession ample evidence of their abuse? Shane Patrick has even shared his abuse with this board personally. And if so, when? If not, then why not? CPS has been called over 10 times in both the Shane Patrick and Karsagi boy situations. And in each case, Dr. Kim Arredondo's faulty report is the only evidence utilized to shut down that case. My question to you, once again, is when are you going to take action against Dr. Kim Arredondo, since with these several hundred pages of evidence, it is obvious to everyone, it should be obvious to the BHEC, Dr. Arredondo's license should be revoked. How many devastated families are too many? How many devastated children are too many? What do we, the public, need to do in order to get the proper attention to the situation and to get the BHEC to address the multiple formal complaints against Dr. Kim Arredondo by revoking her license? I must once again demand that Dr. Kim Arredondo's license be revoked. And I do appreciate your time and your professionalism and your listening. And I appreciate the opportunity to speak to you today. Thank you once again. God bless.
Thank you, sir. Elizabeth Bashiri, do you have public comments you'd like to make?
Yes, sir. Can you hear me?
Yes, ma'am.
All right. Thank you so much for allowing me to speak. I appreciate this board's comments about not wanting to hear more about investigations, but I believe that goes directly against the point of public comments and the point of a public hearing. We're going to keep showing up until we hear that something is being done about the complaints, because otherwise it clearly appears to the public that the board is not investigating these things and that justice is not being served, and that is a public concern. I would like to repeat what the last few people have said about Dr. Kim Arredondo. That is our main concern. If we notice a pattern that is happening with a certain individual that is not being stopped, what's to say more that's happening behind the scenes that we don't know about that's also not being stopped? So as a concerned member of the public, we would like to see something actually being done to reverse wrongs and to actually bring justice about in these cases against these people against whom abuses are continuing to happen. Therefore, I plead to the board to do something urgently about these things. It's easy to get caught up in the proper forms and procedures, but these are people's lives that we're talking about. And each day that goes on is another day that somebody's life is irreversibly impacted by these wrongs. Thank you for this opportunity to speak, and I would like to leave you with that. Thank you.
Thank you, ma'am. Ms. Odom, do you have public comments you'd like to give?
Yes, I do. I am calling on behalf of the Alyssa Korsagi case and her 2 young boys that were affected by Dr. Kim Arredondo and her negligence in and her falsifying my personal report on things. She called me for an interview for this case, and she twisted pretty much every statement that I made to fit a certain agenda, and it was not meant, you know, in the way that she documented it. So I speak from personal experience that she falsified my report, and it just saddens me to think that this woman has this much power to ruin these families' lives. I mean, these poor boys. They're in the hands of their abusive father, and their mother hasn't seen them in a year. One of them was breastfeeding whenever he was taken from her. It's just so sad. So please, if you could help us to have her license revoked. Thank you.
Thank you, ma'am. Ms. Arlette, you have public comments you'd like to give?
I sure do. Are you able to hear me?
We can.
Okay, so my name is Hannah Arlette, and I've spoken in these meetings a few times now. I had prepared quite a few things to say, and then we had the whole thing about what's in your purview and what isn't. But I'm still going to go ahead and say what I was going to, and you guys can filter out what you can do and what you can't. So we have heard the horrors of what Eitan and Ariel Karsagi experience daily. We've heard the heartache that their mother has endured over 2 years. We've heard the abuse that Mr. Karsagi does not deny committing, and the fact that there is documented evidence of ongoing abuse. All of this is hidden behind Dr. Ariando's biased reports. I have shared my thoughts as a friend and as a concerned citizen. I have shared my overwhelming emotional concerns, and I feel like I have not been heard. Today, I want to share from a different perspective. I'm a licensed master level social worker and a licensed foster parent. As a mental health professional, people like Dr. Ariando anger me. I take pride in working hard and advocating for vulnerable populations. In other professions, we are hearing phrases like, do not let one bad apple spoil the bunch. We do not have that luxury of applying this sentiment to our profession. People like Dr. Ariando are creating a huge distrust of our profession as a whole. Her acts have left people like Ms. Karsagi feeling hopeless and helpless. People of the public turn a blind eye to abuse because the state and system seem incompetent, corrupt, and uncaring. As a foster parent, I can tell you the short-term and long-term effects of trauma her victims are experiencing. Sadly, I can tell you how this story will end if something is not done. If you do not know what I am alluding to, it ends with dead children and people in shock that nothing was done by those who had the knowledge and power to intervene. If we are wrong and Dr. Ariando has not been neglectful and has not violated rules and professional conduct, then at the least we have done our due diligence. No time or money is wasted when it comes to doing everything possible to protect our children. Let us not turn a blind eye on the actions of our professional peers to keep positive light on our child welfare system. At the end of the day, are we ready to look in the mirror and justify our role in the death or permanent harm caused by Dr. Ariando to Eitan, Ariel, and countless other children who have also been brought to your attention? If you're not the right people to talk to get something done, please send us the contact information of those who are. If we are not providing you with the necessary documentation to do something, give us a list of what you need. If you are the right people and have the right information, then tell me what you are doing to protect these kids and to investigate Dr. Ariando. Thank you.
Thank you, ma'am. Will Francis, I'm assuming this is you.
Yes, Will Francis. Can you all hear me?
Yes, sir.
I'm the Executive Director of the National Association of Social Workers, Texas chapter. Again, appreciate the work you do, appreciate the work staff does, all the volunteers on the board. Just wanted to raise a couple of issues based on some of the comments earlier. The number one call I get now from concerns is about deficiencies. And in many cases, what's happened is the board has said, you owe us this, we need to have this turned in, we need this. And people have questions and they reach out to the board either through a phone call or email, and they're not able to get that quick response that they need, and they come to me and I try to broker that. That's where the big barrier right now is with deficiencies. If you tell someone they don't have something, they have questions about, well, where did it come from? I thought I sent it over to HHSC. This is really why I think we need phones. I think we need to have people have that ability to have access and have the follow-up questions, or just to continue to prioritize email messages and make sure that they respond. I know you've gotten a ton better on it. This is not just simply me saying, hey, please do your job. I know progress has been made, but I still hear many, many calls around deficiencies. And again, it's because people just aren't entirely sure. The other thing I want to just mention, two more things. One, think we need to be cautious about telling people, hey, listen, every time you call, it adds to our work and it just piles on. These are people's licenses, which are their careers. It's their ability to make money. It's their ability to practice. It's their ability to do what they need to do. When they call, they add to the macro issues on the board level, but from a micro perspective, it is their entire world. And so I just want to be a little bit cautious about waving our finger at the public and telling them that they're increasing the workload when all they're trying to do is reach a satisfactory conclusion. And finally, when it comes to late fees, if you asked anyone who had not turned in their license what the amount of the late fee is, they can't tell you because no one knows the late fees until you've been caught up in it. So this large late fee is not a preventative measure. It doesn't stop anyone from being late. And what it does is it captures people after the fact. I think we really need to think about this in the fee committee. I think we need to think about a smaller number. A person without a license is not able to practice, not able to bill in many cases. There are other penalties out there that are just as punitive. And the fact that all the late fees do is go to GR fund, I think is a larger question. So I would love to have the fee committee discuss that. And I appreciate the opportunity to give comments today.
Thank you, sir. Jan Freeze, you have public comments you'd like to give?
Yes, thank you. I'm assuming you can hear me.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, great. I'm Jan Freeze. I'm the Executive Director of the Texas Counseling Association. First and foremost, I want to thank you for your hard work. Also want to thank you for taking into consideration the dates of the TCA Professional Growth Conference and scheduling your meetings because we'd like to see you there. So thank you very much for that. I have a couple of comments. One, regarding the ED evaluation, I think that's very important. One of the things you might want to consider in addition to getting sort of informal feedback from staff is, you know, if you're going to do a complete 360, asking people who work outside the agency on the work of the executive director is also a component that happens in my 360s. So again, I would just ask you to consider that on what those dynamics and relationships look like, especially given this first year, given that it was the launch, you know, we're in incubation and launch. So you might get some interesting feedback, positive mostly, I'm sure, Terrell. I'm also, I echo the concerns that were raised by Will Francis in that I think you're sending an unintended message when you continue to reiterate to tell people whose fees run this board that their calls and emails are inappropriate and distracting. I think it sends a message that you're delivering lousy customer service. I have to deliver good customer service and I have to own it when I don't. So I would ask you to check your messaging on that. I'm also really concerned and disappointed that the ad hoc fee committee has yet to meet. I get a lot of calls and complaints about the late fee charges again, because they seem, you know, people should know, but they don't know. The fact that you're charging so much, I mean, shoot, even MasterCharge and the credit card companies only charge a late fee of about $30 if you miss your deadlines. So I think, again, as Will says, it's going to GR, it's not going to support the purposes of the board. So I would really ask you to check that. I hope that I look forward to the opportunity for TCA to have representation on the Standardization Committee, and we hope that that will get into effect much more quickly than your rules task force did. And then finally, I just want to thank the LPC board for their support of the compact. We do have that language ready, and I can send it to you. There have already been a couple of states that have signed on to that. So hopefully when we come back in 2 years, we'll be able to make that move. Thank you again for all that you do.
Thank you, ma'am. Yehud Tersman.
Yes, thank you for allowing us to give our opinions or comments. As a mother, as a child who grew up in a divorced home, as a person who has worked in school settings, I just need to stress to you how important children's lives are, how important it is to make sure that the people who are handling cases like Alyssa Karasagi's case, they need to be watched, they need to be monitored, they need to be held responsible. They cannot just do as she is doing. The effects of the long-term effects on children at this age, at any age and as a child that's torn away from their parents, and then they're having to deal with what they are dealing with as these children are, it's very hard to come back from. And it's just, in 2021, this should not be happening. It really should not be happening. That she should be held responsible. And I think it's way past time that everyone should just stop saying, we're going to look into it. We're going to look into it, or it's been looked into, and it's all okay, because none of that is okay. The time frame needs to be done yesterday already. So please, if you don't mind, to please hold these people responsible for their jobs, for what they're doing. People's lives are in their hands. This is not just paperwork. Please, thank you for your time.
Ms. Karsagi, are you with us now?
Yes, I apologize for those technical difficulties earlier. Can you guys hear me okay?
We can, go ahead.
Excellent. Thank you so much, sir. My name is Alyssa Karsagi, as you know, and as always, I want to thank you guys for allowing me to speak to you today. I've been speaking at these meetings since the inception of BHAC, and even before that at TSBEP. And, you know, as has been voiced already, like so many others, we're going to continue to do so until the appropriate action is taken by this council to rectify the situation, resolve the multiple complaints, and hold Dr. Kim Arredondo responsible for her actions. We're not intending, as others have mentioned, to complicate your lives or to make anything more difficult for you, certainly not for the investigators. However, this is our sole means by which we have to express our concerns and to be heard in a public setting. And this is especially relevant because, as Dr. Ben Morris mentioned, this does involve children. As I speak to you today, it has been 928 days since this travesty began, and my infant sons, the 1-year-old still breastfeeding at the time, were stolen and placed in the sole custody of their father, who admitted on multiple occasions in court to placing loaded guns to his head and threatening our lives in our presence, and yes, even in front of our sons. This perversion of justice happened at the recommendation of your custody evaluator, Dr. Kim Arredondo. It has also been, as someone else pointed out, 331 days that my baby boys have had zero contact with me despite a court order granting me visitation, which constitutes severe maternal deprivation, which I'm sure you know is a component of emotional abuse. Abuse being something that was represented today is something of which each of you is a mandated reporter. While I understand and acknowledge that this council is limited in what they are able to do, that you have no control over court outcomes, what you do have is the authority to take action against one of your own, your licensee, for her deliberate actions, biased reporting, and negligence in this case, and in so many others that have been brought to your attention that have resulted in children to this day continuing to be in danger. Dozens of concerned members of the public have on multiple occasions, many for more than a year now, spoken up and urged this council to action. Each speaker takes time out of his or her day to be here because the severity of these situations, the level of concern, and the desperate need for your intervention is truly critical. In your previous meeting, I heard someone mention to the effect that this is not an issue of being overwhelmed or inundated. And if that's the case, I must question why, after a complaint has been on file for 1.5 to 2 years, there's been no indication of action taken. I know that I personally have not received any communication apart from that the processing time for my complaint has been extended and effectively doubled, which prolongs this crisis. I would also reiterate what others may have mentioned in previous meetings regarding that the patterns and the findings of these. Is that it? Am I out of time?
30 seconds.
Okay, thank you. Yeah, we would ask for details on any steps that this council may have taken or will be taking to show a true pattern existing. I would like to especially thank Dr. Ben Morris for his proposition, which we strongly believe is exactly the type of initiative that is critical to protecting children. We thank you for your time and we urge you to please do something to help us. Thank you.
Okay, Miss Bashiri, are you with us now?
Yes, I am. Can you hear me? Okay.
We can. Go ahead.
Okay. Yes, I would like to thank you for listening to me today and for listening to our public comments. I am also speaking on behalf of Alyssa Karsagi and her children. And I've spoken many times, as many of us have in the past. And we would like to request that you very urgently research Dr. Kim Arredondo, since there are so many allegations against her that has put children in danger in the hands of their abusers. And we just really plead with you to do something about it very quickly, because these children should not have to suffer like this unnecessarily, especially if you have some power to do something about it. So I just urgently request that you do something to help these children. Thank you very much.
Thank you, ma'am. Ms. Silber, are you with us now? Melinda Silber? Going once, going twice.
She's showing that she's muted. I don't know if she needs to take it off of mute.
I've asked her to unmute, but it's not, she's not making it.
Yeah.
Okay.
All right.
Bayla Kotler, did you have public comments you wanted to give?
Now, can you hear me?
We can.
Okay, thank you so much. First of all, I do thank you for the open BHAC meetings, and you can really feel that you're trying to make progress and you have a lot on your plates. Thank you very much. I believe this is my 4th time to speak, so I'll try not to repeat myself too much. My husband and I are Texans, born in Houston, and both our mothers and children were born in Texas. I have a degree from Rice University. I'm a mother and grandmother, and I work in my husband's pediatric office. Bottom line is that I'm thankful to be in Texas, love children, and have many good and caring friends, thank God. But the situation with Alyssa Karsagi has bothered me deeply. Although I haven't met the ex-husband, I heard the audio in which the ex-husband himself admitted to brandishing a gun in front of the children several times, more than several times. And about Alyssa, I've known her for maybe 2 years and have seen her exemplary love and gentle care that she has shown to many children from many families in Houston. You've heard her friends speak highly of her. She's very intelligent, has a high sense of integrity, and also very generous with time and help for those who need. So how is it possible, I ask, that here in Texas, we cannot have justice done for mothers like Alyssa? And that's when we deeply question the custody evaluator. Things seem to be a domino effect in which, due to Ms. Arredondo's substantially unfair evaluation, the ex-husband has custody of the 2 young boys. Alyssa has to pay child support to the wealthy ex-husband, whom Alyssa supported through college, and the ex-husband has not allowed Alyssa to see her young children in almost a year, even though the court documents give her visiting rights of several times monthly. And in addition to that, even if the ex-husband were somehow forced to let Alyssa see her children somewhere like a library, as he did approximately a year ago, he has the power to appoint a guardian to be at the visit, and he and his attorney choose guardians that charge anything from $100 to $1,000 a visit. The result is that he has the power to stop her from seeing her children, although she legally, rightfully, and deeply has such a right. Did someone want to say something? Okay, I'm sorry. Only someone very vindictive would be doing all this. And then we go back to the custody evaluator who granted the children to such a person. This is not the Texas that we all hold dear. Some of you on this board, as mothers, grandmothers, aunts, uncles, righteous human beings, surely can feel the deep pain of a mother whose children were taken from her at ages 1 and 2 and now haven't seen her in almost 12 months and are being denied the ability to ever see her. We also truly worry about the safety of these 2 young boys. Is their father still threatening them with violence when they misbehave? Do they scream when it's time for them to leave their preschools like they used to scream and cling on to Alyssa in fear when their few visits would end with their mother 12 months ago? So deep down, most of us want to be instruments of goodness and godliness in our world. We do believe and understand the critical need for justice and righteousness. You can be the catalyst for children and mothers who feel traumatized and helpless by what has been occurring in our Texas legal system. Please reinvestigate the licensee who set all this up. It just takes one person to start, and then one more, and then with God's blessings. Thank you.
Thank you, ma'am. Shanna Balkin, did you have public comments you wanted to give?
Yes, please. Thank you. Can y'all hear me okay?
We can. Go ahead.
Okay, please excuse me if you hear a 2-year-old in the background. I'm going to do my best. Thank you for the time to speak here today. You might recognize my name because I've spoken many times here before. I am here to ask you, after nearly 2 years of troubling complaints, to take action against Dr. Arredondo for multiple violations. I wrote a bunch of stuff about, you know, imagine this, imagine that. What if these were your kids? The reality is that you guys are involved in social work, and you're obviously in this because you care about people, you care about children. So I don't feel like any of what I had originally planned to say is really necessary, because obviously you care. But what we just don't understand is, for people who we know care, why is this taking so long? Why don't we have any information? She's told over and over, you guys are her last hope. So why are we not getting any feedback about this, any information about this? I mean, she doesn't even know if these kids are alive. This father has threatened violence and death to the kids and to himself and to Elisa, and she hasn't seen these kids in a year. How do we know that they're even alive? She's been told many times, you're her only hope. Considering it's been about a year of us coming and speaking at these meetings, we'd like to know concretely today, what has been done? Have these complaints been looked into at all? What do we need to do? What do you need to do? What needs to happen to make sure that something is changing? We all understand people are busy, things are complicated, but I also understand 2 young children haven't seen their mother in nearly a year because of Dr. Arredondo's reports, and we don't even know if those kids are alive. I'm begging BHEC to adhere to the statutory requirement that clusters of complaints against an individual practitioner are collectively reviewed in addition to being processed as individual complaints. This needs to be addressed. We can't go another quarter of a year and just keep waiting and waiting and waiting. You are the last hope that Alyssa was given, and we're going to keep coming to these meetings every single time. We're going to show up, even if we have to wait 4 or 5 hours on a work day to say our piece. We're going to keep showing up, and we're going to keep publicizing to others what's going on and that their children aren't safe in this state. It's enough to make one question. After all these complaints, 2 years, no information, we want to know what's going on. It's enough to make somebody question whether there's some kind of corruption happening. And you know, we're not going to give up hope. We're just going to keep increasing our efforts, increasing public awareness, and begging those who we have been told explicitly have the power to change this immediately. So thank you, and please find it within yourselves to do what needs to be done today.
Thank you, ma'am. David Cantu, do you have public comments you wanted to give?
Yes. So I'm a licensed clinical social worker, board certified supervisor, and I ran into a situation where a case that I was on, a judge appointed a psychologist a dual role, that they were not the child custody evaluators, but yet they were told to make decisions about possession and access. Also, the judge ordered them to take over treatment for the kids for a social worker and a LPC. So the question is this a violation? Because I'm not sure if taking over, in essence, what he did was he took me off the case. So he got to determine my treatment plan and discharge my patient just because he said so. And so I'm concerned about that. So what's the next step for that process? Thank you.
Mr. Cantu, we cannot answer those types of questions. This is public comment only.
Oh, okay.
No answers. We can't discuss anything that's not on the agenda.
Okay, so how can I ask those questions?
You can submit it to, some of what you're asking is not going to be answerable by the agency. I'll just tell you, you're going to need to go talk to an attorney or the professional of director affairs for the state association. But if you have you can submit your questions to the general@bhec.texas.gov email address. We'll answer what we can and we'll tell you what we can't answer.
That's a good answer for me. Thank you so much.
You bet. Ms. Overton, do you have public comments you'd like to give? Mia Overton? No, we can't hear you. Okay, now you're unmuted, it looks like. Ms. Overton?
Now,
Very, very poor connection.
can you hear me?
Yes.
Okay.
Connection's getting bad.
Okay.
Hang on. Try again.
All right. Can you hear me now?
Yes.
Better, yeah.
Ms. Overton?
She should probably call in by phone.
Yeah, Ms. Overton, you're gonna need to call in by phone.
Okay.
Benji Silber, did you have public comments you'd like to give?
Hi, yes, this is actually Melinda Silva. I'm sorry. I now had to leave my computer. I'm on my phone. So this is Melinda Silva, but can you all hear me?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, awesome. Once again, I am also speaking before this committee, and thank you for the opportunity on behalf of Alyssa Karsagi and the allegations against Dr. Arredondo. Just to, I know that the mission of the council is to protect and promote the welfare of the people of Texas by ensuring that behavioral health services and social work practices are provided by qualified and competent practitioners who adhere to established professional standards. And as my mom always says to me, there's no smoke without fire. I really, it doesn't take much to realize that there's a lot of allegations against her. You can just do a simple Google search and you see there's thousands of signatures against Dr. Kim Arredondo. And I think that it's really, I know you guys are all there doing this out of the goodness of your heart. And I also, Mr. Morris brought up a wonderful aspect earlier about the protection of children. If you can all just really I guess, try, we're reaching out to you because there's kind of dead ends everywhere, to look into these allegations and have a resolution as soon as possible. It would be obviously well worth it for children, taking them away from the actual abuser and putting them back with the mother who would actually care and love them. So I'm hoping that this falls into your hands and that God gives you the ability to truly make a difference in their lives.
Thank you, ma'am. Okay, and I don't see anybody, no callers. I guess Miss Overton hasn't called in. I don't see her on the list. Oop, got somebody here. Okay. I'm assuming this is Tara Coronado. Ms. Coronado?
Hi. Yep.
Yes. Go ahead.
I just wanted to, I'm here again. I've been attending these since the spring of 2019, and I want to thank you guys for all the work you're doing and for hosting these. I was really hoping that I wouldn't have to keep attending, but my complaint was extended for another year. So I will keep attending. I did want to just speak quickly to the board about, since the last time I spoke, I've been made aware that the information that we provide to the investigators is being passed on to the complainants. That wasn't something that I was aware of, nor was I able to see that in any of the writings. And the reason it's concerning is because for 6 years, I was asking for the file, for my file from the practitioner, and it was never given to me. And that was a big part of my complaint. But suddenly, after a year and a half of the complaint being on file and the practitioner having access to the information that I provided, I'm now being offered the file by the attorney that the practitioner hired. And to me, that's disturbing because it seems a way to mitigate damages. 6 years of request for a file, not acknowledged, suddenly you can have it if you pay for it. And then secondly, just in terms of having access to that information and being able to supplement her file. So I just want to make sure that that's correct and that the board's aware that that's what's going on, because it's not spelled out for anybody when they're sending a complaint. The other thing I wanted to do was just really thank the MFT and the LPC board for being able and adjudicating against the LPC MFT that was involved in this case. That process took 5.5 years, and the person in question would lost both licenses. And I'm really hoping that I'm not going to have to spend 5 years on these calls with you guys. It's tiresome, it's exhausting. No one wants to relive this issue every 3 months. I'm fortunate I have my kids back and my life is great, but I'm not going to let this go. And I just don't want it to take 5 years. But I am thankful for everything you guys are doing. It seems like things are moving forward. I would just look for a little bit of leadership from this board, maybe perhaps some more guidelines on complaints. I was shocked to find out that everything I was providing to the complainant was being handed to her in real time. So again, thank you all. And I hope that I'm not going to be seeing you for the next 5 years, but if that's what it takes, I'll be here. Thank y'all.
Okay, Miss Overton. I'm going to try to. Miss Overton, is this you on the telephone?
Yes, yes. Can
Okay.
you hear me?
We can.
Okay. My name is Mia.
Hold on just 1 second, Miss Overton. Can you hit *6 on your phone, ma'am? There you go.
Okay. Hi, I'm Mia Overton. And when a professional who gets to decide the fate of children through the court system, they're ordered to do an evaluation. You would expect that it would be someone who has a heart for the best interest of your children, who would be an extremely ethical person. And when my own attorney in front of my daughter's tutor told me, Dr. Kim Arredondo usually sides in my cases, I was supposed to have taken that as an advantage, I would believe. But as I left that meeting with my daughter's tutor, I told her in the elevator going downstairs, I said, that does not bring me a peace. For her to indicate that that woman, even though I might be the one who would likely be at an advantage, that does not bring me a peace that anyone in this woman's position would be capable of being unethical. And as nervous as I was during the psych evaluations and all of her, I actually ended up stopping responding to her, and I did not complete the evaluation. And I think it's interesting that in my trial, that never came up and was used like you would think. But as I would tell her the facts, more pressure, alienation was coming down on my children, to the point where I found a letter from my 15-year-old where she was talking about suicide and admitting that she had considered suicide. Dr. Arredondo's report and her custody evaluation read better than had it been my ex-husband's attorney. And there was so much hearsay. And I can understand I'm asking you, and then when you have other parents reaching out to you that you knew previous to your own custody battle and theirs as well, and they tell you what she said to their children, which would be extremely unethical, and you can't even mention this woman's name in a group of parents, where other parents start reaching out to you
30 seconds.
to talk about their experience. I'm telling you, it has made me lose faith in y'all's profession. And I beg you, it's not just Alyssa Karsagi's children. There are many other children, and there's parents who are afraid to even, we know other parents who are afraid to even speak out. Because while they may be appalled, they may have their children. And I'm begging you to please look into this, because it is only going to continue. And there seems to be zero accountability for someone in her position.
That's 3 minutes.
All right, thank you, ma'am. All right, that concludes all the public comment, all the individuals wishing to give public comment, Mr. Chair.
All right, very good. Thank you for all of the public commenting. We have no further items on the agenda. Unless anybody has anything, I would entertain a motion to adjourn.
Mr. Chair, before we adjourn, I had one item. Going back to Executive Director Spinks's annual evaluation.
Mm-hmm.
One of the things that I heard that I really liked, and I know that we do it where I am, and I mentioned earlier that holistic view of it, was
Mm-hmm.
to identify outside individuals to provide commentary. And what I would ask of you, sir, is if you could pass on to our chairperson. She might solicit names from Mr. Spinks, and she might provide a couple names herself to just solicit further comments. So that way we have comments both from the board, we have comments then from the staff, and then we have comments from external stakeholders, which will give us a better view of it. But just the consideration, please.
Understood. I will ask more sentiments.
Thank you very much.
Very good.
Mr. Chair, may I make a motion to adjourn since I took up everyone's time with that last 2-minute request, please?
I will give you the honor of making that motion. Is there a second?
I'll second.
And without objection, the motion is passed. So thank you guys very much.
Thank you, everybody.
Thank you all.
We'll see you soon.